New phone, who dis? Hello there. How's everybody doing tonight? This like openings, this title screen here, this shit is almost as good as Please Be Happy. Man, I just like looking at it, you know? There's so many cute details in it. Yeah, we're gonna be playing National Park Girls today. Oh, the music is like super, Life is Strange. At least like so far. Like this is the kind of stuff that you'd see like between singles in Life is Strange, you know what I'm saying? Like the, you know, walking through town music and stuff like that. Well, going to Awesome Pie. I saw fond memories in there. Slap me with a cutie pie. Here, because you did it before, I was actually on screen. Let me slap it on myself or something too. Why can I not do this? Let me try it on my tablet. God damn. There we go. I can't scroll down correctly. Oh shit! Oh, thank you for doing this actually, because I don't have Mix It Up starting right now. And I don't have tits. Oh my god, I'm totally unprepared. But yeah, hello, welcome on in everybody while I get up all the things that I require to get stream running. But today we're gonna be playing National Park Girls, and tomorrow we're gonna be beating Final Fantasy VIII. After I do a couple final grinds. I gotta go get like the last two girlfriends, level up Eden a little bit, and then we're good to go. And then the pain and suffering can finally be over. I mean, it's pretty good overall in terms of like the story is mostly good, the setting is great, the music is great, the gameplay is off, but it is kind of fun in FF8 to absolutely shatter the game. So we'll be finishing that tomorrow, and I will probably one round the boss of Swall, but we'll see. Or at least one phase of the boss will probably completely like one round. Today we're gonna be doing some National Park Girls. I don't know how long I'm gonna stream today. It might be like 4 to 5 hours, maybe on the shorter side of things. So you're gonna have to live with that. I apologize for that, but you're gonna have to survive because I have no energy. But maybe this coffee here will kick in. Let me take a sip real quick. Been playing some Guild Wars 2 off stream a little bit. And I just finished Living World Season 1, which is kind of like the end of... it's the end of the base game in terms of the story that you're given, but there's still more before you actually get to the first expansion. But that's locked behind a paywall. And buying the expansion doesn't give you that shit. So you need to pay like double to get essentially the patch content. Or like pieces of the patch content for the expansions. Right? Okay, so I don't really know what I'm gonna do, because I want to enjoy the story of Guild Wars 2. I don't think I'm gonna be able to because of monetary reasons, though. Because it just costs way too much to play the game. Like, for the story. You know what I'm saying? And I'm not, like, hooked on the gameplay either, so I'm not sure what I'm gonna do just yet. But I guess I'll have to figure that out another time. But, let's see. Make sure that Mix It Up is working correctly here. Oh, apparently Z's in chat. Hi there, Z. Everything up and running? Let me throw in another cutie pie just to make sure that we're all good to go. Slap that shit on there. Alright. So I don't know anything about National Park Girls. Oh, you thought I got all of that with the X-Pack? Hold on. My tablet is not showing the chat. It's not keeping up with the chat right now. There we go. the tablets missed everything since the first Cutie Pie. Okay. You were promised Yuri? Yeah, there will be Yuri. Is the base game Path of Fire? No. Path of Fire is the second expansion. No, you do not get that with the X-Pack. The X-Pack gives you just the expansion, like, X.0 content. Nothing else. So, if you want to buy, the stories in between, those are all separate purchases you need to make. And to do that, you have to buy the in-game currency and then use that to pay for the expansions. Or you can go and buy the complete pack from beginning to end of Dragons, which is extremely misleading because they say complete, but you have to get the complete Ultimate Edition, essentially, to get all the side content between X-Packs, which comes out to $100 to get everything up to End of Dragons, which is essentially the first major arc of the story, like Endwalker, essentially, right? It's like Endwalker, but there's less content between it, AR and Endwalker in this case. So, no, you have to pay $100 if you want everything up till then. And that's pretty ridiculous. Otherwise, I have to go in, buy in-game currency, buy the stuff leading up to Heart of Thorns, then I buy Path of Fire and Heart of Thorns, then I have to go back and I use in-game currency to buy Living World 3, Living World 4, Icebird Saga, then I have to buy End of Dragons. You see what I mean? You know what I can get for $100? What can I get for $100? I can get a lot of things for $100. I can get this blue Yeti microphone I have on my desk here for $100, which I already have. Don't just leave me hanging here. I want to know what I can get for $100. Yeah, so I just finished the Living World 1, which is essentially the first half of the patch content of Guild Wars 2. And the majority of it sucks. The majority of it absolutely blew to go through. Well, it was more just like the middle. The middle of it fucking blows. Because you have to at one point you have to go into this instance, right? This public instance. And you have to complete stuff in there. But, nobody's in there. And you can't do that stuff without a group. And you can't queue up for the shit without a group. So there's so much content that you have to get through that you can't queue up for. You can't find people for. You can't do it by yourself. And what I ended up doing was I went on the auction house. I bought stuff that you would get from doing those things, and then I just turned it in to the person. So I literally spent gold to do something that I could do with a group potentially. I guess Dawn Trail Collector. I don't want Dawn Trail's collector box, man. I don't need that. I don't really get the collector's edition for games unless it's extremely sentimental to me, you know? Yeah. I think at the end of the base game of Guild Wars, you get this great experience, and then it goes on to just fucking blow. But with some good character moments here and there, and the ending of Living World 1 is fine. So, I'm not hooked. So I might have to talk with some people and see I don't know, what can I do? What can a new player do? What can you guys help me with as a new player? Stuff like that. Because I would really appreciate some guidance to try to get me hooked onto the game. Now, on the other side, with Final Fantasy XIV, I paid for the starter edition for FF14 back in 2019. I paid $25, and that gets you all of AR. And AR hooked me. Why is that girl an elf? Where's the elf? Wait. Oh, she's an elf. Why is she an elf? Yeah, you can grind, but it will take me like, it'll take me 100 hours to grind the gold that I need at best. It'll take me 100 hours while being efficient. Think about that. You're saying that I need to grind 100 hours to get the money to pay for the stuff to hope that I get hooked on the game? That's a hard sell, man. That's like telling me I need to do the rune crafting grind that I just did in RuneScape before I can get to the enjoyable parts of the game. Which is awful. Yogi Bear is an elf? Yeah. You think ESO's monetization is better? Boo boo, time for gender bent Yuri. Jesus Christ. You buy the base game for, yeah, you get ESO Plus for everything? That is a better model. That said, I was never hooked by ESO either. And it's funny, because you would think that as an Elder Scrolls fan, that I would really like ESO quite a lot, but it doesn't hook me in the slightest. I like to explore. It was a suggestion. I know it was a suggestion. But I'm just like, the game would ask me either to spend money, which is far more efficient, or grind 100 hours to see if I like the game. You know? And whereas when I play Final Fantasy XIV, I got hooked. I was pretty hooked by Ifrit, and then I was cooked. I was done by 255. No saving me at that point. I was sucked in. You left the Morrowind focus chapter? Morrowind is my favorite Elder Scrolls game. So maybe I'll like it. It's weird because I have more hours in Skyrim, but I think Morrowind is my favorite though. I love the atmosphere. I like the mechanics of Morrowind better, even if they are janky. It enhances the Elder Scrolls experience by not being racist at you. Not just the NPCs, but also the players. Just like in WoW, actually. You know what? I think you're onto something, Awesome Pie. WoW and Elder Scrolls are the best games out there. Clearly. Also in WoW, you can get abused for just about anything that you do in the game. If it is not perfectly optimized, and even if it is optimized, you might get abused still. So it's great. Beautiful game. Wonderful time. Yeah, I'm gonna have to talk to some people. Maybe I'll try to, get some groups or something and see if I'm not verbally abused by anybody when I try to go into some sort of instance content. Because, most of MMOs, that is the case. Not so much in 14. Ebonheart Pact. Jesus. I like it. I like Ebonheart. I don't know, Morrowind's my favorite, man. Skyrim is good, but the experience of Morrowind is always so intriguing and nostalgic to me. Even if I was afraid of scamps when I was 5 years old. I told you that, right? That actually I wouldn't have been 5, I would have been like 7 when Morrowind came out. Wait, is it 2003 or 2004? 2003, right? That would be 6. I would be 6 in 2003. So at the time, I was really afraid of the scamps. They really freaked me out in Morrowind as a kid. I don't know why they did, but I had like nightmares about them. The Dwarves hate everyone, the Dunmer who hate everyone enslave people, and the Argonians were enslaved by the Dunmer. Yeah. I mean, I don't think I'd be very hooked by the Elder Scrolls story if I tried it again, but who knows, right? Basically, I'm trying to justify to myself making any purchases for Guild Wars 2. I'm trying to find a reason why I'm hooked to it, and I can't yet. I just want to do the story. Like, that's all I really care about right now is exploration story. The exploration hooks me, but you know, I'll have to think about ESO at a different point. I don't really feel the urge to play any ESO, but I do have an account with like a level 46 Templar or something, you know? I also, you know, I could also look at Star Wars The Old Republic, which does have a good story, but it doesn't have interesting instance content until high levels, and then there's nobody doing the old content. Lotro, I played for a very long time. I didn't raid in Lotro, but I did a lot of the dungeons in Mines of Moria back in the day. And I was a tank on my server for a good period of time. And I remember doing like challenge runs. Some of the dungeons had challenge runs, essentially. Like the Grand Stair was like, you have to get to the final boss of the instance in like such amount of time, or else he'll execute the prisoners or something. So there's like a challenge run for that. I remember doing all that kind of stuff back in the day. And I played a Guardian Dwarf tank at the time. So Lotro had me for a good while. The story is like, sometimes it just kind of passes by and you don't feel like anything happened in Lotro. Like, this is how I feel about it. Things just happen, you're kind of there, and then like, sometimes there's something important, and then sometimes it's like nothing happened. What am I doing here? Why did I just spend the last like 2 hours doing this? That's at least how I feel. Like, I don't know. The only MMOs that have gotten me for more than like a year have been, actually, I guess Lotro, WoW, and 14 are the only MMOs that have captured my attention for a long time. Now that I think about it. And RuneScape. Sorry, I forgot RuneScape is an MMO too. Shit. I don't play it like an MMO. I play it like a single-player game, but it is an MMO. I guess RuneScape, Lotro, WoW, and Final Fantasy XIV are the MMOs that I've played for long periods of time. And I think RuneScape is just going to be one of those things where you never stop playing it, you know? You're always doing some amount of RuneScape at a certain point. And I haven't played for like 2 weeks though because of Guild Wars 2, but now that I'm at the end of the line for Guild Wars 2, maybe I should take some time off Guild Wars 2 and go back to RuneScape or something. I don't know. Go train my hunter to 99 or some shit. Okay, just wanted to check to make sure that my my tablet is still refreshed. We are good to go. So I don't know anything about National Park Girls. I know Yosemite is involved at some point. I know it's gay. And it's by Studio Elon. Also, there are episodes. I have to buy each of these individual episodes here in order to play them, unfortunately. So it's not like I don't know, you only get like a fifth of the game for every purchase you make. Oh, guest art, look at this. Aww. Look at that. Why are we in Mordor? Spoiler alert, we're in Mordor. That's why there are elves here. Add a rosette. Add a rosa. You've done it again. You've done it again, you slippery bitch. Look at this. Wowee. But just the color theory of this hair is astounding to me. The lights against these darks and just how perfectly the brush strokes build this hair. Like, it looks so simple, but I know just how difficult it is to paint something this perfect, almost. Look at that. It's like genius brushwork right there. If I don't romance the elf, oh god. I like the simplicity of this down here as well. Ah, Rosa, you've done it again. Jesus Christ. You're gonna riot if I don't romance the elf. Also, Rosa has quite the specific style, because you can very much see Unbi here in this facial structure and the shape of the mouth. This is very Unbi at the end of Please Be Happy. Very specific style, but it works really well. So you're gonna riot if I don't date the elf, is what you're saying. I might not have a choice just looking at this thing up here, right? Alright, let's go ahead and start. Studio LL. Association with Sakai Project. Not Isekai, though. That's different. National Park Grills.
Sorry, sweetie. It's stuck. Can't go any lower than that.
Already starting out. I can already see like a bit of a an evolution in the style here. Just in this very first slide. Already being called sweetie. When will I get called sweetie? Right, so I think Jessie's maybe the mom.
Is that right?
I click down the switch. A sputtering rumble coughs through the wind from the window, vibrating beneath the rushing wind as it rips through the car. I click up on the switch. The window slides the rest of the way with a smooth purr. A smooth purr. Ooh. Do you want me to purr smoothly? I click down again. Smooth purr. It stops halfway. Sputtering rumble.
Yep. There's actually a funny story about that.
I like how the writing there, it advances and then reverses in the writing style, and it mirrors the action of the window of the car going up and down. And that's like, that kind of thing is like a poetry trick to like emulate movement using the organization of the words on the page. Jessie laughs guiltily, waving it off with a shrug and a smile. I wonder if Jessie knows Sid.
But I forgot what it was.
We smack a bump in the road. The car jolts up, tossing me into the door. I glance in the side mirror as we drive away from the pothole.
Every problem in this park has a story. And there's a lot of stories.
Also, for some reason, her face right now is very Nicole to me. I don't know why. Nicole, when we get into like one of the painted shots during the endings of Class of '09.
The park makes do with what it has, Eve. We're resourceful that way.
I roll my eyes as she gives me her grin, but her reflection in the stupid broke window tells a different story. One of concern, rivers of coffee, and a decade of overwork. I'm just gonna check the scroll wheel here.
The park makes do with what it has, Eve.
Okay.
We're resourceful that way.
So, and I want to check some things here. Can we... I don't think I can see like a list of the things that were just said, but I think I have to scroll backwards if I want to do that. Can I use the arrow keys? No, I can't use the arrow keys. There might even be a small wrinkle encroaching on her cheerful round face, but I don't dare say anything. I'm quippy, but I don't have a death wish. Not yet. I say that because I don't want to use my scroll wheel, because my scroll wheel is broken like that. And if I try to scroll up or down, it just like fidgets between up and down rapidly. Yosemite this time of year is a mixture of green and white, where the winter snow still speckles the peaks of stone-gray mountains and blends into spring's revived trees. I close my eyes and let the whistling wind blow out of my face, and for a second I almost feel like a little girl again, riding in the back of Dad's pickup truck as we zip down the road to Tioga Pass, anxious to explore the next trail. But right as I remember the smell of sweet fresh air, a van speeds past us, leaving a trail of toxic fumes. The memory is ripped away. The lingering exhaust resembles a similar gray sky, and I have to wonder, if a storm cloud forms, doesn't it rain? But it doesn't rain. Is it still filled with water? Or is it just hollow? Jesus Christ. Oh my god. What a statement. I mean, the answer is it's filled with water, you dumbass, but still. It's more the subtext, obviously, that I'm commenting on, but... yeah. Static crackles out of the radio.
Situation 1 has been resolved. Over.
Jessie peels the mic off the dash, one hand on the wheel as she shifts to her superior voice.
10-4. Fill me in on the details.
I said it like her superior voice, when I should say her superior voice.
The reports ended up being at 10:56. White male, early 50s.
So, before we go any further, not to just continue interrupting this constantly, because this has a purpose for me to say this, okay? My dad, when he was alive, he ran a scanner service, streaming the scanner, like all the scanner calls, like the police scanner calls in the area, to a national server, or like to a website where you can go and listen to any police scanner like calls in the country, right? So that was really important to him. My dad used to be in radio, and so he would have the scanner ready in case that he could hear anything going on in the wide area, right? Like if there was a fire in the area, he could get there and start reporting on the fire, right? If there was a robbery or something, my dad had the scanner ready so that he could go there and, maybe not a robbery, but if there was something big, he could go there, report on it for the radio, and inform, because radio is a bigger deal back in the day than it is now. So he ran the scanner service, and virtually every day he'd be watching TV and he'd have a police scanner by his side, right? Just sitting there, and it was on. I could hear this sound in particular. It's an extremely nostalgic sound. You know, the sound of the scanner. Yeah, the sound of the dispatch going off right there. But of course, he also knew what all the codes were, like a 1056, for example, which I believe is. Sorry, I dropped my pen somewhere. I believe a 1056 is an assault of some kind. But yeah. So I'm very familiar with like scanners, having lived around police scanners my entire life. And it's very nostalgic to me, is what I should say. Also, even after he stopped doing radio, my dad would still like have the scanners on so that if there was like a big fire somewhere or something, he could go and like drive down to it and see what's going on. So yeah, that's the police scanner story. My stylus just went somewhere. Lonnie, you're gonna have to be my band hammer because I dropped my stylus somewhere and I don't know where it could have gone. So
He was stumbling around when I got there. Stopped discharging his firearm as soon as he saw me pull up.
Oh,
Looked like he was shooting some
1056.
bottles.
Yeah, 1056 is disturbance of the peace, I think. I scoff. Don't even try to hide it. Jesse shoots me a narrow look.
No altercation. But he didn't need to take a breathalyzer for me to know he was wasted. He's in custody now.
I don't think the police would say wasted over the scanner. You're usually pretty professional over the scanner because dispatch is listening, and a lot of people are listening at once to what's going on over the scanner signal. And you can be listening from different counties as well. So you would never talk unprofessionally on a scanner like that. You would say, no altercation. You know, you'd probably say something like, inebriated. Your peace are always disturbed. I can almost see the bags sketch themselves under Jessie's eyes as she heaves a deep sigh.
It's only paperwork. All right. Thanks, Ernie.
Ernie.
I'll be pretty late, so you can have the yogurt in the fridge while filling out the report.
Wait, he's still with the porcupine?
Yeah, you don't have casual conversation over a scanner. You have casual conversation, like, just between each other. My teeth grit against each other. My shoulders stiffen.
Tell him, girl, we already missed her moves. Hope those Tulumne campers have good dental.
I reach over and rip the mic from Jessie.
Shut your mouth, Hernandez, or else it's gonna be your fat ass who needs the extra dental work.
That would get you fired right there from the police force. Jessie wrests the radio away from me as Ernie cackles over the radio. Like, that would get you violent. Or, sorry, that would get you... I read you're violent at the same time. That would get you fired, but shooting somebody would not get you fired.
Just have that report on my desk by tomorrow. Over.
Insubordination, apparently, is worse than killing innocents. I'm still trying to grab the radio by the time she throws it back on the dash. Groaning, I cross my arms and stare thousands of tiny daggers out the window.
Jeez. You know they're just trying to get a rise out of you. Why do you always take the bait?
Because if they actually cared about their jobs, they'd be angry too. Not that it matters.
At this point, I'm not even sure I care anymore.
It's not everyone, Eve. There are people out there who still care.
Who? The campers? Because I can show you some rocks and trees that a certain artist thought made a good canvas.
I swallow the urge to spit. Spit on me instead.
That kind of stuff doesn't get fixed overnight.
A shadow casts over Jesse's piercing glare.
Neither did his fractured jaw or your suspension.
I sunk back into my seat. Feelings of shame or regret are completely absent. All that's there is a gnawing emptiness that always snakes up to my chest and lingers there. She really is fucking Nicole from Class of '09, isn't she? She's angry, fed up with her job, doesn't give a shit anymore. Just like wants, well, I guess she wants other people to care. She wants things to be better than they are, but yeah, she really is just jaded and angry, like Nicole. Jesse's face softens. The tender expression reminds me of pity.
What happened to you? You used to be such a cute cadet.
What? I'm not still cute?
I flutter my lashes and roll my eyes. Normally backtalk like this will get anyone from any profession fired. Secretly, I hope it does. That's what I'm saying. Insubordination is gonna get you fired. And again, you don't... especially don't have insubordination over a police scanner. Because you're being listened to by every county around you.
It's that attitude of yours. I remember when you were energetic and determined.
She shoves me.
Be like that again.
They beat that out of me a while ago.
Jessie frowns for a moment. Then she grips the wheel and strains a smile onto her face. Her dimples look like tight drums.
Then let's see if we can cram some of that back in.
By a transfer?
By a change of pace. You'll love the meadows. It's a little chilly this time of year,
Meadows.
but you can bundle up in the cabin. Which you'll have all to yourself, by the way. You can thank Ranger Smith's gin habit for that.
And the camping population?
Jessie bites her lip. Her eyes dart across the road.
Don't think you're clever. We used to visit Tuolumne every summer when I was a kid. I know they have a campground there.
She relents with a sigh.
It's mostly hikers and mountain climbers right now, since the roads just opened. But I'm sure they'll come piling in as it warms up. I expect you to do your job.
Great. More babysitting.
Remember what you signed up for.
Trust me, I do. Or I did before I realized the park was just the public's dumping ground.
That's why the National Park Service exists. We can't protect every square inch of land, but we can manage parts of it.
I scoff.
If only. For most of these people, the parks are just toll roads. They pay to get drunk for a few days. They'll sit around the campfire and talk about how much they connect with nature, and maybe even write poetry about it. And then they'll leave the fire smoldering, forget to pick up their trash, and leave.
Like I'm saying, she's got that Nicole attitude. Did Nicole grow up to become a park ranger? Because I definitely didn't get that ending of Class of '09. Jessie cringes and audibly swallows. She stares at me with this uncomfortable gaze, like something ugly she can't look away from. And the truth is ugly. So fine. Let her. Hey Vina, what? What's up? Wanna go to a national park? What are you gonna say? Like, because I got because I got a protected forest down there or something? Is that what you're saying? Or are you legitimately asking me? Are you legitimately asking me if I want to go to a national park? You didn't think of that? Okay. So it was a legit question. I mean, I wouldn't mind. I don't really like camping because I don't like getting like dirty. I don't like getting like dirt on me and like sap and stuff on me. But I'm not a big camper. I don't mind going though for like an afternoon or something, you know. I don't like sleeping in like in tents or dirty cabins because I'm weird, you know? Like when I think about a bed having literal like sand or like gravel or dirt in it, I can't sleep. So I sleep in a hammock. Well, then I think about like the fucking spiders on the trees coming down and harassing me at night. That's what I think about when I think about a hammock. I think of it as a vehicle for every insect in the surrounding area to come and crawl on me. Okay, we get a net. Okay, then my other thing with a hammock, my other problem with a hammock, right, is that what if I swing and fall off of it while I'm sleeping? I worry about that a lot. Look, I've thought of all these things, okay? My best friend had a camp that we used to go to often, and it's on a lake about 20 miles away from here. So I used to go there all the time, spend nights there. It was difficult for me to fall asleep in those beds because the dirtiness of it always made me feel uncomfortable. And I didn't like, he didn't have like a shower that operated there, so if I had to stay overnight, I had to like go to bed without showering, and I don't like going to bed without showering. And like then I had to shower like the next day or something, but I don't like going to bed without showering. And I don't like going into lakes without foot protection. I'm weird, man, okay? Like, maybe I have some hypochondria issues when it comes to spending a long time out in nature. Maybe I need to talk to my therapist about these problems and coping mechanisms. But I did stay there a while, and I've tried to sleep in a hammock, but I couldn't sleep in it because I would get too nervous. Oh, you're the hick here all of a sudden? No. It's pretty normal not to be very bothered by the things that I'm talking about. It's abnormal to be as bothered as I am, and I know it. You know, it's abnormal to be as, like, hypochondriac about all those things as I can be. The foot protection makes it important. Yes, because do you know what my biggest fear is? God, do you know what I am afraid of? And it scares me, like, I have, like, nightmares about it, is leeches. Okay? Not falling off the shelf. Leeches. Okay? So, when I'm in a lake, I'm really afraid of leeches. So I like to wear foot protection when I'm in a lake, because I've had leeches on my feet before, and they scare the shit out of me and make me panic. Like, I can't handle them. Yeah, you can suck on my neck, but you can't suck on my feet, okay? Actually, you know what? You can suck on my feet, but the leeches can't suck on my feet. Yeah, leeches are off limits, exactly. So, like, that's why I wear foot protection when I'm in, like, in a lake or something, because I'm just so worried about that. And, like, I don't know. It like, I know it prevents me from having more fun when I'm at a campground or something, but like, it's a bunch of little things that, like, all make me really nervous. And again, maybe I am the weird one here, of being so, like, such a hypochondriac. What, did I tell you what we did one time? Do you suck on somebody's feet? Like, that Tarantino scene in From Dusk Till Dawn? When you did a California Redwoods trip, you made somebody's wood red. Could take a sip of coffee. Alright, coffee sips. I like how your bottom speak starts out with a VE, like you're trying. I'm horrendous today. That Tarantino scene. You know the scene I'm talking about, the stripper in From Dusk Till Dawn, and she like puts her toes in the guy's mouth? You know the scene I'm talking about, Awesome Pie. Maybe if you were single, you would make somebody's wood red. Nice. Got Vina's horrendous today. Look, I'm just speaking my mind over here, buddy. We, like, you know, Eve and Jesse are the ones that got me on the topic of leeches, okay? One of your coworkers and you hit it off really well. That's not helping your case, but all of us decided not to shower. Oh my god. Why? Why? What's wrong with you? At some point, you gotta, like... You gotta make an executive decision. For the fun. Why? Why is it fun not to take a shower for you? I guess for, like, you as a teenage boy, why was that fun? I don't understand. Because you're outdoorsy people? Boys. Jesus Christ. I mean... I can sort of understand not shaving with them. Because if I'm not seeing anyone, like, I'll let myself go unshaved. Like, I don't know, if I don't have a reason to show my legs, I'm not gonna shave my legs. For example, 2 boys and 2 grills. Yeah. And I'm sure for the girls there, like, it was more of a hassle not to shave, but also I imagine they would be much more perturbed by not showering. Yeah, limited water. Oh, okay. I mean, that's a good reason. Was there a lake nearby, though, you could at least, like, wash yourself in? Use Mother Nature's shower? You know what I mean? No? What, were you out in the middle of the fucking desert? Up in the mountains? Oh, okay. Well, find a mountain spring, use a dowsing rod to find a mountain spring, and then go bathe in the mountain spring. And, like, hope that the fairies come and, like, transform you into their queen or something, you know? That's what you have to hope for at that point, right? Yeah, man. I wouldn't be able to stand being around anybody who had been outdoors unshowered in that long. You should catch up with that one friend. Why? To make their wood red, whatever I said earlier. How she's been doing her wood, sorry. Vina plays. Okay. She puts on another one of her smiles. So much bully. That's what I'm here for, is to bully everybody. Look. You know, remember what I was saying the other day? What were we playing? I think it was in FF8, where I started calling the NPC, like, a loser and shit, and I said I would be great for jerk-off instructions. That's basically what I've been primed for my entire life. Just the bullying I can dispense, the kind of that I can give you. You know, it's what I'm made to do. Apparently, that's a side tangent. Yeah, that doesn't have to do with the main story at all. But that's you're not expecting that. I mean, okay. Well, it was tier 3 sub benefit. That's a tier 4 sub benefit, Pi. We have to make this very clear. Tier 4 sub.
Well, that's why we're
here, right? That's our job. Enforcing the law to protect the land. But who are we protecting it for?
I stare at Jesse. I thought that said, like, stare at Jesus. I stare at Jessie with flat eyes, waiting for an answer I know will never come. Likewise, she side-eyes me, waiting as the radio occasionally crackles with a report.
The same people who are destroying it.
I lean back in my seat and stare out the window. The elves were protecting it for the elves? Maybe.
Where's the justice in a job like that?
The sun pokes through an opening in the clouds, but a sea of gray swallows it soon after. Jessie says nothing. I hear her squeeze around the rubber grip of the steering wheel. A knuckle pops. Wait, hold on, can I pop a knuckle for you? Oh, there we go. I cracked one. I don't know if you heard it though. Then silence. I got an achievement for reading through the first scene of episode 1. Am I gonna get an achievement for every single scene? We pass the clearing, and the forest that's been trailing us up until now stops. In the distance I spot the smooth stone peak of Lambert Dome. Lambert. Sometimes we would make that hike when I was a kid. And when we reached the top, I always felt like I discovered a higher perspective. Something seemed so small, and the answer seemed so clear. Everything seemed so small, and the answer seemed so clear. And I wonder, if I stood up there now, would it be the same? Is that what I do important? Does protecting this land and preserving its dignity serve any purpose? And if not, does anything? By the time we begin passing families of pop-up tents and lawn chairs, the sky is dimmed to a deep gray. Slivers of blood orange and red glow out from pockets of open sky. We hook left and take a short beaten path. The tires crunch under the dirt and gravel, then stop. I don't know if you guys noticed in this sentence here, or in this like 2-sentence thing here, how crunchy the words themselves are, which is on purpose, right? Hook, short beaten, tires crunch, gravel stop. It seems very simple, but what they're doing there with like the verbiage is that they're trying to emulate the sound of a car coming to a stop to a stop on gravel with the words. You see that? And this is another poetry tip. Well, you can use it in prose, obviously. We're using it in prose here, but it's a sort of a poetry-like tactic. Jessie twists off the ignition. Birds chirp in the fresh silence that only breathes the air when the vehicle stops.
We're here.
He looks like such a nerd right now. With this look. Oh my god. I'm out of the car before she even finishes, dragging my luggage out from the back. Arcing to a stretch, I take my first unobstructed look at the cabin. It's a modest building, guarded by a crowd of trees that extend far into the air, lumbering over a pointed roof. Yeah, she looks done with it. She has like the slight Emmett Seltz like hunch going on right now. Nearly every inch of the cabin is built with the same sanded down wood. It's inoffensively smooth. Tree bark has more texture. Tree bark
Not
has
too
more
small for
texture.
you, is it?
That's that before it. Jessie walks up beside me, twirling the keys around her finger. I glance over my shoulder. The campground is hidden behind a thick row of trees. Small glimpses of tents poke up behind them.
Nah, it's perfect.
The wood creaks under our boots as we climb up the steps.
There's another station nearby, but they mostly oversee boring bureaucratic stuff. They'll leave you alone, but you might have to hand out permits if they're ever out for lunch or something.
Do I have discretion?
Not a chance, sweetie.
She shoots me down with a song in her voice and a spring in her step.
Knowing you, you tell them to jump in the lake before ever letting them fish in it.
She's got me there. The musty smell of damp wood wafts into my nostrils as she opens the door.
Ooh, cozy.
Jessie flips on the lights and steps aside.
That's one word for it.
Again, does Jessie know Sid? Is Sid like the park ranger in this game? Or a Biggs and Wedge? My face betrays my sarcasm though, as a smile creeps over me. It reminds me of a shoebox diorama. All the space is utilized and everything is exactly where it should be. From the fluffed up bed nestled in the corner to the fireplace built with rock. It's an interesting layout with the fireplace here with the feet of the bed against it. Like, it doesn't look like it's a bed that two people can fit in, even though I'm sure two people will be in this bed at some point. It looks really short. But maybe it goes behind the fireplace and the fireplace is in front of this? You know what I mean? Otherwise, this will be really short. This would only be like a 4-foot long bed. And I don't think you could sleep in it. I think it's like, a restaurant that I've been in where like the fireplace is sort of pushed out into the middle of the middle of the room, and there's space that you can walk behind the fireplace. And there's not even a TV, just a rocking chair and a lived-in leather couch that sits around the coffee table. Jessie slides her finger down a desk and squints as she rubs it against her thumb.
Huh, not as dusty as I thought it'd be.
Maybe Ranger Smith liked chugging Windex too.
Like chugging Windex, Jesus Christ. Again, she's very Nicole. I drop my bags and frisbee my hat at the couch. It misses and lands lopsided on the floor.
Not unless he snuck back recently.
The hardwood floor bends when he wait as I explore the rest of the cabin, wandering up to inspect the stone fireplace. An unburned log sits on a pile of ash. Unburned log? Get your tinderbox out. Let's get like 25 XP for that. No XP waste, Steve. Cobwebs weave around the well-swept corners and polished floor, as if they were intentionally avoided. The place is clean, but whoever the neat freak is must not have any guts. Fuzzy spider trapezes from the ceiling. I look to make sure Jessie isn't looking, then give it a tiny wave as it pendulums in front of me. My voice drops to a whisper.
Hi.
She's talking to the spiders. Oh my god. Hello there, the angel from my nightmare, the shadow in the background of the morgue. Okay, I'll stop before the webs from all the spiders catching things and eating their own sides part.
What was that?
Nothing.
With a quick swing, the spider leaps away from me, landing in the middle of a trio of paintings hung on the wall above the dining table. Arranged in a triangle, each painting showcases gorgeous landscapes and scenic vistas, their locations scribbled in the corner. No artist signature. Yosemite, Zion, Yellowstone. All national parks, and all beautiful. The spider crawls along the painting of Zion. In this one, lush greenery sprawls out into a deep valley below, guarded on both sides by fiery red cliffs and mountains. The Yellowstone painting is a winding trail, spiraling at the top of a mountain. Spotches of vibrant trees are scattered across the rich mountainside. Beyond that, flat plains stretch out into the distance before dipping into a canyon. And finally above them is Yosemite. Yosemite. I know exactly what this painting is of. You only need to take a few steps outside to see it. It's a breathtaking view from the top of Lambert Dome, overlooking all of Tulum Meadows. Tulum? Tulumna? Was it Tulumna or Tulum? I think they'll say it again. From the thick village to the Tulum River that winds all the way up to the snow-speckled peaks of Sierra Mountains. I've hiked up there so many times before that I could probably point out exactly where we are. God, I wish I was up there now. I would scream my guts out. Scream until I was hoarse, and no one would hear me. It's like Yuna. This might be my favorite of the three, but something feels off about it. After a bit more squinting and head tilting, I decide this painting is too crooked for its own good. The frame is so off-center that if there were a hiker in this painting, they'd plummet to their deaths. With a soft grip, I grab the sides of the painting and begin to delicately, slowly, gently straighten. The sharp squeak roused through the air so loud I can feel it in the floorboards. Shivers crawl up my spine as I nearly leap out of my uniform.
He's so jumpy.
Giggling, Jessie squeezes past the dining table and rests against the counter.
It's just the cabin settling. This place is old, so it's gonna be a little noisy.
Do I get noisier as I get older? Her voice drops an octave. All that's missing is a flashlight below her face.
Kind of spooky, huh?
I'm more of a fifth Eve. Not quite an octave, but you know what? I appreciate it.
Not really.
The cabin squeaks again and my shoulders tense. Jessie grins, thoroughly entertained.
Some of the past rangers stationed here always said it was haunted. Personally, I think it was just something in the coffee.
Something in the coffee holder reminds me to take a drink real quick. She picks up the percolator off the stove and rattles it around. Flipping open the lid, she pulls out a small bottle of bottom shelf gin.
Our tax dollars at work.
Just be happy we're not privatized yet. Make sure to recycle this later.
She hands me a bottle and tampers off towards the cabinet. I set it down on the counter and follow behind.
Question. When was the last time you were at the range?
To shoot? God, I don't know.
It would be funny if there was like a shooting tutorial in a visual novel. Scratching my head, I think back to the last time I unholstered my sidearm. Despite the faint temptation for being surrounded by obnoxious campers, it's about as rare as an eclipse. Feels like it would be something in Disco Elysium.
About a year ago, I guess, when you dragged us all down there on our day off to practice.
She unlocks the cabinet, leaving the key in as she opens the door. A slender gun leans against the back. Oh, okay, we're setting up Chekhov's gun immediately.
An off day for you guys, maybe. I'd kill to just have one weekend off.
Words slip out of her, and as soon as I do, she glances at me, then the gun.
I didn't mean, like... You know I won't actually.
I stare straight through as she fumbles around with her words. She coughs.
Anyway, what we have here is your standard issue pump-action Remington 870.
Wait, pump action, just like most of my chat.
Also known as a shotgun.
A bright sheen glistens off the gun, both the butt and the pump sharing the same glossy wooden finish.
Fancy. This actually doesn't look like it'll fall apart in my hands.
My eyes drift to the desk radio that was assuredly used by Navajo code breakers in World War II.
Count on the DOI to have their priorities straight. When have I ever turned down new equipment?
Judging by the bedroom eyes she's giving the gun, I think the answer is pretty clear. I hope she's not planning to do something with the gun in her bedroom. Nicole?
Still, this is a bit excessive. I don't need this much heat for grunt work.
You say that now, but you're gonna need to be packing heat soon. What went through my mind when? A lot of things go through my mind. A sidearm and a shotgun? What is this, the 4th of July? America.
It's just a precaution. Hopefully you never have to use it. It's not like everyone is asking you to carry it around on patrol, which I expect you to do every day.
Can I do that before sunrise? So I don't have to talk to anyone, ever?
Absolutely not. I will not allow you to be a weird forest hermit under my watch. You need to have some positive experiences, okay?
My mind blanks out to a field of statics. Jessie's tangent gains more momentum. As my thoughts wander, I start to hear more noises. The creaking of the cabin. The howling of the wind. Then actual howling. Wait, actual howling. If Jessie heard it, then she's ignoring it, as her ranting continues to go places entirely unrelated to my misanthropy. Scratching begins to scuff at the door. At first, it's soft as a whisper, and it could maybe even be branch or leaves. The longer it goes on, the faster it gets, and soon it's desperately clawing into the wood. I break away from Jessie, tiptoeing to the door.
Hey, don't walk away! I'm scalding!
Shh.
I hush my finger to my lips. We go silent. Twisting the cold knob, I ease open the door. Nothing. Oh my god, what is that? What kind of little foxy do are you? Look at this guy. He's hiding there beneath the chat, as if hiding beneath the chat is gonna save him. A yelp speaks out below me. Look down, come face to face with the love of my life. An adorable puppy, its floppy ears barely reaching my ankles, pants in front of me. Its small paws scratch at my boots.
Oh my god, buddy.
I drop to one knee. My heart melts as I stroke its soft fox red fur.
What are you doing here, pup? Huh? Are you lost?
My god. As if answering me, he gives a tiny howl, but it breaks into a yelp. With a whine, he snuggles into my knee. I'm dead. This is heaven and I'm dead.
Eve, get away from that!
Sprinting across the room, Jessie charges up the door. I do my best Matador impression and dive out of the way. Jessie stops on the floor, her boot inching closer to Pup with every loud thud.
Shoo! Shoo! Get out of here! Get!
Yeah. Pup yaps back, briefly challenging it, but whenever the giant merciless boot lunges forward, his compact frame lunges back. The fight continues onto the porch. With one last growl of defiance, Pup scampers off into the bushes. His ears poke above the leaves as he stalks us from the bush.
What the hell? He wasn't doing anything! You scared him!
Good. Maybe it'll stay away then.
I glare at Jessie, like she's the devil incarnate. Because she is. Now that is the class of 09 line right there. Jessie is literally the devil incarnate. I bet people make pentagrams of blood just to please her.
Don't give me that look.
I reinforce my gaze with more steel.
Orphaned coyote pup.
Coyote.
Started coming around the camp, and Smith, in his infinite wisdom, decided to feed it.
Why I run it off? Because it's a coyote. A coyote. And obviously the thing could grow up to become problematic. I understand why Jessie doesn't want us to take care of a coyote, but also it's not really dangerous as it is. I glance towards the bush again, but by now he's gone, hiding somewhere in the shadows as the sky darkens. I'll need to set out a dish for him later.
Don't!
Jessie scolds me with a single wag of her finger. Did she read my mind?
I didn't say anything!
But you thought it. And if you have any sense, you'll...
She pauses, glancing up as the last glimpse of sunlight is snuffed out.
I'll lecture you another day. But for now, I have to get back to the station.
You know, Studio Elon really loves redheads, is what I've noticed. Of course the pink hair too, but they love redheads.
Senor Hernandez eats all the yogurt.
With a nudge from her elbow, she starts for the truck.
Yeah. Kick his ass for me.
I stared out the scuff marks on my boots, tracked with dirt and dust from all 1,200 miles of the park. Not nearly as polished or shined as Jesse's, or even that gun.
What's wrong? I thought you loved dirty jokes.
It's nothing. I'm fine.
In the far reaches, behind the cover of the trees, I see the orange glow of a campfire. The muffled chatter and laughter of the campers carries from across the woods. A tender smile spreads across Jessie's face. She sweeps me under her arm and into a hug. I think of breaking away, but her gentle warmth is nice. It's kind of cold out.
You're going to do fine, sweetie.
Yeah, until I bust open the next guy.
Bust open the next guy? Jesus. You gonna shoot somebody? I rest my forehead against her badge. The edges dig in my skin.
Hey, don't think like that. I didn't vouch for you because I thought you make the same mistake twice.
Wait, did she kill somebody? Is that why she's jaded?
You're a good ranger, Eve. If more of us were like you and cared more about what's around us and less about our pensions, then the Force would be better off. This will be good for you. If you can straighten yourself out here, then you can do anything. So try to have some fun, okay?
She's not getting any straighter as the story goes on. I hate to tell you, Jessie.
Okay.
I grumble it out. She has too much faith in me. Maybe all that was true at some point, but now I can take or leave the pension and land. None of it matters. Not to the wigs at the top, not to the public, and not to me. Do you wear wigs? When will you wear wigs? Jessie swings an arm around my shoulder and walks us to the truck.
And besides, I'm just a radio call away if you ever miss me. I'll call every day to check in.
Yay. Can't wait.
She's a little bit quiet. Can I turn up specifically Eve's audio? My voice is already turned up. I can crank this a little bit. Do this. I can do something like that. Actually, let's go down to here for now. See how that changes. Portrait sizes are confusing you. Redhead looks closer to what the pink head was overlaying her. Redhead's shorter than her, I think. Like, significantly shorter. I think. But yeah, the way she's talking makes me think that she did kill somebody already. Also, if I ever break into the When Will You Wear Wigs, that was in the like extended editions of Lord of the Rings. You can see some behind the scenes, and Billy Boyd did an interview with Elijah Wood where he was over the phone pretending to be a fake German reporter and just pretended to ask him questions. So that's if you haven't watched that one before, Elijah's reaction is priceless. She climbs into the truck and starts it up. The revving of the engine is so loud, I expect it to shake off all the rust that's carved itself into the bumper. How many weeks?
No slacking off now.
She drops the keys in my hand and shuts the door. The headlights streak into the night air, beaming against the silhouetted cabin. The window rolls down, all the way down. With a confident smirk, Jessie tips the brim of her hand.
And Eve, you're wrong.
Oh, look at this cute thing here. I imagine that these are the 5 episodes. Shit.
And Eve, you're wrong.
I accidentally skipped one. Because I was like, oh, look at these 5 episodes here. It might have actually been pointed if that was the last thing she said before leaving. But it hadn't even been 10 minutes when she drove back and barged the door in a panic. She left the key to the station in the lanyard she gave me, and the key to the library, and the key to the toll booth for the southern entrance. I swear, Teddy, with how seriously that woman takes her work, she has no right to be as airy as she is. Though I guess if I'd start to slip a little too if I were working on an endless stream of hours and got as little acknowledgement as she does. After 4 years, it's hard not to respect her. But there's not a moment where she isn't on call or filling in for someone or blazing through reports. Yet somehow she manages to stay as bubbly as dish soap. How is she able to stay so peppy and motivated? I can't figure it out, and I doubt I ever will. Anyway, that's enough about Jessie. I swear I write about her at least twice a week. Maybe you're into it. Let's talk about my newly assigned post, Teddy. Is Teddy what she calls her diary, or is she writing back to somebody named Teddy? The cabin itself is fine. Definitely more. Oh, I think it's it's the diary, because look at the watermark. Right here. The cabin itself is fine. Definitely more my pace than where I was before. The furniture is old and cheap and perfect. Same. I'm looking to the last bit of the rain for the season, so I can feel the warmth of the fireplace and looking forward to the last bit of rain for the season, so I can feel the warmth of the fireplace and listen to the raindrop patter against the roof as I doze off on the lumpy couch. But also, I think there's an implication... there's an implication of, like, Teddy Roosevelt, too, when she says this. Because of, like, his persona, his attitude. I think that, like, it's not only a literal take, but I think it goes, like, a step deeper than that. I think... You already knew I'm not perfect. I'm not perfect at all. If it weren't for the circumstances, it might even be a dream come true. But in the end, I know why I'm really here. And deep down, regardless of her comforting words, Jessie knows why I'm here too. Teddy, the fact of the matter is this. I'm here because I snarked off one too many times. Cracked one too many jaws. I can't choke back the last speck of pride about what it is I do, and that makes me a problem. No matter how hard I try, I can't detach myself. Not completely. It's still a small spark, and all I want to do is snuff it out. And that's why I'm here. For penance and training. Wait, penance? I can't let Eve kill the super boss of 10 before I do. Call it what you will, a new post, a live-in job, but I don't know what it really is. A purgatory. My pen hovers over the page, inches from carving my thoughts into stone. Once that happens, it can't be taken back. It's a scary thought. Sighing, I drop the pen and reach for my mug. But instead of the lukewarm coffee I've come to tolerate, all that's left is a brown ring crusted around the bottom. I stretch out of the chair and let my longest yawn at least 20 minutes. Maybe even 30. I drag my carcass over to the stove and pour myself the last of the coffee from the percolator. Steam rises from the mug. The coffee is thick and slunches around like motor oil. Christ almighty. That's worse coffee than my K-cup machine. Overcooked and bitter, it almost tastes like it too. But I'm not a snob, and coffee is still coffee, even if the gas station could whip a better brew. And a percolator works as well as anything else. That's true. I go to the gas station to get better coffee from time to time. Is that sad? Is it sad that I readily make gas station coffee my luxury? Besides, there's charm in that, isn't there? Enjoying things that are inferior and outdated. Oh god, don't call me out like this. I'm forced to stare at my reflection as I sip the coffee, but it soon turns into a foggy murk and I can't see anything. It's all that oil seeping to the surface. A gross thought, but it doesn't matter as long as it gives me the energy to keep going. Journaling is hard work. Maybe even harder than working for the Park Service. It's not sad in this economy, okay. At least somebody has a vote of confidence for me. Originally, it was just a way to get all the energy that was bubbling around inside me. Butterflies, hopes for the future, dreams of making the park experience even better. But that eagerness morphed into a slow realization. Over time, that morphed into whatever I am now. Journaling became time for sharp, focused reflection. It's a good way to cope. Yeah, it is. Good. Some people drink. Some people get high. I complain about everything to a notebook. Hey, honestly, it's one of the best ways. It's one of the best ways to cope. One of the healthiest ways to cope, I should say. And any therapist worth their salt will say the same exact thing. By now I have at least a dozen of them filled out. Teddy volumes 1 to 12. I like to think they all share the same consciousness. I get that, I understand. The cup warms my hand as I lean against the counter. The wind kicks the cabin, if I listen closely, I can hear the night's nocturnal whispers from outside. Ooh, that's good. Chirping from crickets, a steady shaking of leaves. And it makes me realize just how thin of a barrier from the outside world this place is. A cramped fenced-in box. The only thing keeping me from the same darkness that's out there is a few dim lamps. Small choir of laughter and chatter echoes from outside. Reality decides to give me a slap in the face as I open the curtains and peer through the window. But before shadowy figures trip and wobble through the brush, one of them falls flat on their face. They laugh even harder than before. And speaking of needing a barrier from the outside world, I stomp over to the desk and snatch my flashlight. As I march over to the door, I remember that I changed out of my uniform into tattered jeans and flannel. Hardly authoritarian. Reach over to the couch and grab my hat. Better. You're not wearing your hat. Eve, you gotta throw the hat on. The brisk air kisses me as I swing open and switch on the flashlight. I shine the beam right in their faces. They freeze like deer about to be mowed down by an oncoming semi. Their laughter quiets in the hushed chuckles, and the only one with half a brain tells them to shut up. One of them stashes a bottle in their coat. The one up front, the smart one, squints at me through the light. Shoulders relaxed and he throws me a casual wave.
Oh hey, are you on break too? Wanna hang?
Dumbass Camper is his name. You can't see this. Hold on. Where's my VTuber model? Right there. Dumbass Camper. A thousand more of these kids could mistake me for another student their age. It still wouldn't stop me from lobotomizing them with my eyes. Eve is just so good. Eve just has like a subtler, softer feeling of like Nicole from Class of 09. I feel like when Nicole grows up, she's gonna talk like this. She's gonna be more muted and like more blunted. But she'd be like this. I slip on my hat and stay silent. The Old Testament fear of the Abrahamic God shows shadows on his face. They all shrink back. I told you about the Catholic Guild story, right?
Do you know how many people go missing out here?
What?
I said, do you know how many people disappear in these parts annually?
I'm about to make it 4 more. He looks to his friends for an answer. They shake their heads. He looks back to me and SMHs his head. The entire group SMHs their heads together.
I'm sorry, I don't...
His hands are raised in surrender, the embers of a cigarette glowing between his fingers.
Another question.
Yes,
ma'am!
You're gonna start a fucking fire, you loser. Have you ever seen signs of the goddamn bear on them? Do you know what they say? Only you can prevent forest fires, dumbass. Our voices bounce across the woods.
Do you know how much paperwork I have to do if one of you as so much steps on a pine cone?
Is it... a lot?
His friends nod. He nods back.
Yeah, a lot, right?
Let's just say it's more work than you've probably turned in this entire semester.
That gets a laugh from one of his buddies. He shuts up as soon as I shine light on him.
Do me a favor and stumble back to camp, okay? I'd rather not have to explain to my supervisor how you all fell off a cliff.
The two girls hidden behind the others give me dirty looks. The kind idiots give to fast food workers when they're told that they're out of fries. I turn the flashlight up to its highest setting. They all let out a collective groan as they shield their eyes.
Go on, you heard me. You can bum around all you want once the sun comes up.
I point the light at the path back and brighten the way. He takes a few steps back and gives me a gracious nod.
Sure thing. Sorry for the trouble. Have a good night.
I won't, but thanks.
They follow the beam of light back to the path. One of them makes sure to flip me off along the way. I switch off the light as they disappear into the brush of the trees. I hope they all actually do fall off a cliff. Twerps. You wish you were allowed to be this blunt? She can only be this blunt because she has authority. And that's what authority does to you. It corrupts you. As I turn to go inside, a spike of movement rustles in the bushes. My body goes numb. I freeze, only allowing my eyes to drift over to the source. Nothing. Turning around, I creep forward, reaching for the sidearm that isn't there. I step onto the dirt, the porch creaking behind me. Then the bush shakes with a surge of movement. There we are. I knew you were coming back, buddy. A ball of fur explodes through the leaves. Its paws scrape across the ground before skidding to stop at my feet. Breathing out a sigh of relief, I bend over to greet my prince.
Decided to come back, huh? Couldn't resist my charm.
His ears spin back as I scratch the scruff on his neck. He almost looks deranged while I pet, his goofy-looking pupils struggling to center over the whites of his eyes. You love the yip, so do I, and the yip is great.
You're an unbelievably giant dork.
Calling the dog a dork? Or the coyote a fucking dork? Oh my god. An ear flops over. If my heart had strings, you could play the fiddle. I'm gonna use that as a flirt now. Where's Lana?
This isn't fair. I might seriously die.
You dying here, the adorable precious creatures on screen? The 3 adorable precious creatures on screen. Ralph, I think you need to get your eyes checked. That or I'm gonna need to give you a breathalyzer test. Alright, breathe into this for me right now. I'm thinking your BAC is getting a little into the teens here. I'm gonna have to take you down to the station here. I think I might have to go call in a 1056. Am I serious, guy? I glance over at the empty food dish near the floor. He ate every bite. He has to be sleepy by now. Just look at that belly. So round, and cute, and pink, and I'm going to die from this. I just know I am. Need to cuff me? Yeah. I'll have my supervisor Phil come and get the cuffs on you. I'm sure you'll be excited when Phil gets here and claps you in iron. And I hear that they like anime nerds down at the station. Yeah, you're gonna do real well with the arsonist we just got. Doesn't take much to coax him in. Oh, we also have a coke addict in there somewhere. I'll throw you in with him. All I have to do is stand aside and Pup sprints inside on his own, hitting every piece of furniture like a pinball.
I usually offer coffee first.
He nearly somersaults across the floor, and my dusty laugh actually gets some use for once. dusty laugh. What a way to describe it. A gust of chilling wind breezes past me. It lifts off my hat, but I grip the back in time. Strands of my hair fly in the same direction. Trees sway violently, shaking their branches like angry fists. Clouds curtain the last sliver of the moon, submerging the woods in a darkness deeper than any sleep. This game does it to me. I just like slip into the accent when I'm playing this game, just like Highway Blossoms. The cold seeps into the notches of my spine. Shuddering, I rub the warmth back into me, locking the door on the way inside. Like thunder, Pup runs to me as I enter. Then like lightning, he bolts back onto the couch. Oh my god, such good descriptions. I grab a pillow. I grab a pillow from the bed. Hold on, let me take a drink because I clearly can't speak anymore. There we go. I grab a pillow from the bed, then meet Pup at the couch. His front legs stay perched on the back of the couch as he peers over it.
Oh, no you don't!
You don't scratch that leather. I snatch him up by the fat of his neck. Damn, when will somebody snatch me up by the fat of my neck? He nips at my wrists, but it tickles more than anything. I drop the pillow, then drop Pup on top of it. At first he tries to wiggle free, but I keep the pressure on his back. He eventually gets the message and lies down.
I'll get you something more comfortable soon.
I like brushes against the coffee table as I get up. A stray magazine catches my attention.
Jeez, Jesse, did you leave this too?
A bag of lemongrass tea sits between the pages, acting as a bookmark. Did she not have anything else she could use at the time, or was she just lazy? The cabin creaks with the blowing of the wind. Pup's ears stiffen and alert as he quietly gazes at the closet door. Where's the closet? I look down at the magazine. A map of the park is paired with an article. Every exit to the park is circled in red. Wrapping up your stay, leaving Yosemite. Yosemite. It could be like Stray Gods, where I pronounce everything incorrectly on purpose. The night breezes right past me. Every time I look up, the clock has passed another hour, and the gap only grows larger. In the corner, Pup gnaws at his ankle. His teeth chatter as he tries to chew the fleas off his skin. Maybe you probably shouldn't have brought him inside if he has fleas. I flip through the thick stack of pages I've written on tonight and lay them between my fingers. Not a bad way to break in a new journal. The soothing smell of fresh primer puffs out at me as I fold it shut. A yawn slips out of me as I shamble over to the bookcase. Light reading before bed is never a bad way to end the night, especially eerie nights like this. Frost has settled around the edges of the windows. A touch of fog strokes the glass, and looking into the darkness beyond it is like staring into the black of a pupil. That's another good descriptor. Fog stroking the glass, very good descriptor. Personification, I should say. Warmth. Oh. Did I just see something flash in the corner? Or is that just me? Warmth and comfort flicker in my chest as I run my finger over the spines of every book. Accessing Yosemite, an atlas and guide, best day hikes, the Yosemite National Park, corruption in the National Park Service, the Yosemite Mafia, complete guide to Yosemite National Park. Yeah, one of these things is not like the other. Almost every book, brochure, and magazine here trails back to Yosemite, other parks, or the National Park Service itself in one way or another. Even the few pieces of fiction can't escape it. Novels like The Yosemite or Yosemite Thunder. Looking over at the alphabetically ordered books, I start to notice gaps, missing volumes, space between books, the kind you see at a library when something gets checked out. Things only get more perplexing as I arrive at the bottom shelf. A giant cardboard box sits alone on the shelf, bursting with stacks of paper and folders. Balancing at the very top is a pink folder with bright bubble letters drawn in crayon. Or should I say crayon? Miwok Research. Are they, is that like... Is that a tribe? The Miwok? Oh, okay, let me check that. I'm gonna look that up. Miwok tribe? Yes. That's what I thought. The Miwok are members of 4 linguistically related North American groups indigenous to what is now Northern California. Sort of in the Sierra Mountains, a little bit less so in Yosemite here. Okay. Surrounding letters are crudely drawn squirrels and toothy rabbits. I almost said kebbits, like again, this fucking OSRS over here. Some are colored in with precise strokes, never straying an inch outside the lines. But others are so wildly scribbled in and trail so far outside the lines, I'm pretty sure an 8-year-old coming off with the sugar high could do better. Cree. Wait, it is OSRS. Fucking Cree is here. As I reach down to grab it, a drawn-out squeak sings from the kitchen. A loud, distinct sound of bending hinges sends my heart racing into my throat. Okay. Remember, if you're not targeting Cree, then you get hit with a tornado attack, so always target Cree. That wasn't the cabin settling. Pups bares his teeth. A low, vibrating growl rumbles out of his tiny body. He sounds primal and large. Wait, Pup is a primal? Just like before, his ears point to the air. He stares at the corner, and I follow the direction of his snout. The closet. Just a skip away from it, the cupboard by the sink still hangs open, still easing to a stop. The hardwood floor bends beneath my feet as I walk over. Suddenly, I lose traction. My feet slide out from under me as I slip towards the counter. I yelp, my forehead almost colliding with the sharp corner of the counter. I reach my hand out and grasp it. The edge scrapes against my palm.
That was a little too close.
I give Pup a stern look, but he's still fixed on the closet door.
Did you do this?
For once, I hope the gross answer is the correct one. But looking ahead, a trail of water leads to the closet. I start to think that I'm not that lucky. A trail of water. Huh? Oh, you know, I think that's the goblins in the closet had to get a drink, you know? The muffled clips of noise whisper from behind the door. Heavy breathing. Quick bursts of movement. Then hushing. It's not too loud, by the way, right? Because it was a little loud during that scene. I want to make sure that the volume isn't too intense. My mind flashes back to what Jesse said today. About this place. How past rangers thought it might be haunted. Yeah, okay, so the ghosts had to get a drink of water. That's all. No, snap out of it, Eve. I slap my cheeks and push the idea into the far reaches of my head. There's only one explanation for this. One of those campers from earlier snuck in here somehow and is just trying to give me a good scare. Yeah, that's all it is. Of course.
What did I tell you morons about sneaking around?
I project my voice, trying to muster up the same bravado my high school gym teacher always seemed to have. Oh god. I hope this is not class of 09 still.
You're trespassing on federal property. That's serious stuff. Come out now and I won't slap cuffs on you.
The noise stops. I count the seconds in my head, but nothing steps out of the closet. So, if I hang out in your closet, I'll get cuffed by her, is what she's saying?
Fine. Don't say I didn't warn you.
I stop over to the door, making sure my steps are loud enough for whoever is on the other side to feel. Twisting the knob, I pull it halfway. Why are you underneath the sheet? Two pale eyes blink at me, poking out from beneath a yellowing sheet. I slam the door shut. Oh crap. I didn't actually expect someone to be in there. I gasp as a bang rattles against the closet door. Why have we swapped to Mass Effect music all of a sudden? You heard that? Wow, wow. That was like when you get killed in Mass Effect 1, at the very least. Another bang, as loud as a gunshot. The door bends from the hinges. I stumble back, my foot slips on another puddle, and I brace my leg. Somehow I'm standing. There's a final explosive bang. The door swings against the wall. Every light in the cabin zaps off. Electricity surges down around me. The sudden darkness forces a scream out of me. I slap my hand over my mouth and swallow back the terror. Damn, they know where I'm at now. I breathe in a quick panic burst, then footsteps. Wait. Why is there a hot elf girl in your closet? And why is it a portal to hell? It's like fucking, was it the Poltergeist with like the like red portal in the doorway? Oh no, Nightmare on Elm Street. It's Nightmare on Elm Street in here. And through the darkness, the form of a towering silhouette begins to take shape, looming in the doorway. The pup's growl devolves into a series of vicious barks. I stand my ground, puffing up my chest and sticking back my shoulders. Ghost, intruder, bear, whatever it is, it's all I can think to do.
What do you want?
I call up to the lingering shadow. The shape of its head tilts as if asks something unexpected.
You do not belong here.
A voice rings out in the darkness, gravelly and dry, but also light. Higher than I would expect a demonic presence to sound. Not that I believe it's a demonic presence or anything.
This is my post. And according to my supervisor, I do.
We do not concern ourselves with the laws of mortals.
We?
A dim glow flickers from the closet, illumining the figure in blood red. Water drips from her soaking hair and her bangs overshadowing their eyes. They stand unnaturally straight, as stiff and as dangly as a corpse. Colorful patterns weave around their leather clothes, beads wrap around their neck. A girl? A girl! The ghost in the sheet hovers past her, floating in the air. A shiver tingles down my spine as it levitates several feet in front of me. This has to be a prank. I'm getting punked. Jesse and Ernie are in on it.
Leave us to our resting place.
I guess in this case, it is more Poltergeist than it is A Nightmare on Elm Street. Because of this.
Yeah, I'm pooped.
A high-pitched, energetic voice shouts out from the closet. A tall figure kicks her back leg. There's a yelp as the red light around her flickers for a moment, then reappears.
No!
Sounded like, Vlaakith for a second there, Jesus. Thunderous wind hammers against the cabin. A shout reverberates through the wood. A moan howls from the sheet ghost, muffled by the fabric. It's spooky in the same way a child making ghost noises on Halloween is.
As much as I'd love to, and believe me, I would, I can't do that. I'm already on thin ice.
The tall figure stutters, and while I can't see her eyes, I can make out a deep frown.
Are you trying to reason with a vengeful spirit? Do you have any idea how ridiculous that is?
Do you have any idea how ridiculous your request is?
Oh my fucking god.
That isn't my problem. Basic instinct prioritizes survival over income. You understand that, right? It's not complicated.
Guys, it literally is just Nicole and Jekka. It literally is Nicole and Jekka.
Basic instincts get written over by basic training. Besides, it's not about the money. You're not a very perceptive spirit, are you?
She shouts in her brooding, raspy voice, but it cracks apart and she breaks into a fit of coughs.
Just shut up, okay? Shut up!
The bravado in her voice is all but gone. The vengeful spirit is now merely a frustrated one.
If you stay here, then whatever happens is going to be your own fault.
The red light behind her flares up, tinting the walls with a blazing glow. Pup's barks return with killing intent. The sheet ghost lunges at me through the air. Oh, she has flare. We're not high enough level for this. I spin around, diving for the gun cabinet. Come on, Jesse, come on. Please tell me you forgot to lock it. I pull the handle and the door opens with my momentum. Yes, I always knew I could count on you, Jesse. Remind me to take you out to dinner if I don't die here. The shotgun still leans against the back of the cabinet, undisturbed and untouched. I reach up and grab for it. The metal crushes my chest as I hoist it in position. Oh, please don't shoot the cute elf. I know you won't. But I don't like the idea of cute elves being shot. Adrenaline pumps through me. I push down on the safety, wrap my finger around the trigger. Strands of my hair stick to my face. I stare down the barrel. At my feet, the sheet ghost stares down at me, now firmly on the ground, directly in my sights. I've got you in my sights. My trigger finger shakes. I shake. The temperature of my blood plummets. Body freezes with cold sobriety. This isn't what I wanted from this job. I never wanted to hurt people, to point guns at them or punch them in the face. All I wanted was to protect. The fabric draped over the ghost stretches back. Pup dances around at its feet, his tail wagging as he tugs away the sheet like it's a game of tug-of-war. The sheet falls to the ground, and I finally get to see what, or rather who, is attached to those wiry legs. Now it's Scooby-Doo time. Like a burglar caught in the act, she stands there, wide-eyed and trembling. Leaves rustle off her tiny beige dress, but there always seems to be more stuck to her. Even her long, brush-out hair has twigs and leaves shaped into a wreath, resting on top of her head. But more interesting than that are the pair of wings protruding from her back, feathery and white like an angel's in a painting.
A kid?
And a little one at that. I could scoop her up in both arms if I wanted to.
What on earth do you think you're doing?
The shadowy ghost stomps across the floorboards, making a beeline directly for me. Panicked, I shift the gun to her, but she's already towering over me.
Not another step!
Her green eyes glare at me. In their intense anger, they almost seem to glow as she grips her hand around the shotgun. I close my eyes and let my voice tremble into a shriek.
Get away!
I pull the trigger once. Twice. Nothing. That can't be right. You didn't load the thing, you idiot. My eyes snap open just in time for her to wrestle the gun from me.
I thought they taught you goons better than to go around and point these things at people.
She moves to remove the bullets from the chamber, except there are none.
And if you do, then make sure they're loaded. Did they hire you out of pity?
I glance back to the cabinet. A small box of shells sits discarded in the corner. Of course. I slump further onto my back. This is it. I'm dead. Probably what I deserve. The little girl, paler than the sheet she was wearing, looks up at the bigger ghost. Her eyes swell with tears.
You saw me!
She lets out a timid squeak and dashes behind her bigger friend. She wraps herself around her legs, content to stay half hidden as she sniffles. Is the larger one? Is the elf Yosemite?
I don't want to do this anymore. Zion.
Are they literally like the spirits of the national parks? She brings the little one in closer and frowns, watching small tears trickle down her cheeks. From far away, she looked like a creature from a horror movie. Unnatural blue hair with frosted white tips, her entire body drenched in that red glow. But after seeing her up close and watching the concern wash over her, she almost seems like a normal girl. Almost.
Scion? Yosemite? Just who are you people?
Eve, was there something in the coffee? Are you drugged right now? Her head twists back to me. My shoulders tense up. I scoot back, but there's nowhere else to go.
Silence, mortal. We have haunted these grounds long before you were here.
Red light from the closet fades away. The lamps surge back along with the rest of the power. Look at poor little Zion over there. Bouncing. Poor thing.
And we shall haunt them long after you've returned.
To the ground.
She pauses. I blink at her. She blinks at me.
Yellowstone? Yeah, boss?
The closet answers back.
Wanna tell me why the lights are back on? Well, 'cause I flipped them back on, duh.
Jesus
I can
Christ.
see that, but why?
Did I say Yosemite instead of Yellowstone the other day when I was talking about the eruption? I feel like I said Yosemite instead of Yellowstone, but they both start with a Y, okay? I slowly reach for the gun. One chance to take it back. Maybe even the shells, too.
'Cause the jig's up. She's not buying it anymore.
Why does your... oh. Your head literally turns into a volcano. Yeah, that's quite on the nose. A teenage girl springs out of the closet. Clothes are a colorful array of pastel, and her bright pink tails bounce up and down. She'd be the most normal one out of all of them, if not for one distracting detail. Sprang from the top of her head like a mountain erupting from the ground is a giant cone. Flattened at the top with various shades of brown, it reminds me of a volcano from a child's science project. Is it a costume? A hat? It looks like it blends right into her hair.
See, she's already getting ready to flip your lid.
Flip your lid. Pickerfun glances back at me. In my confused daze, I completely forgot about my hand hovering over the gun. Rolling her eyes, she yanks it away and slides it into the other end of the room. She squats down. With a flat stare, she gives me a flick on the forehead. A dull pain ripples through my skull.
I know you're eager to take my home away from me again, but let me sort this out first. Okay, gunslinger?
Soothe my forehead while grinding my teeth into fine powder. I want to play a gunslinger now, after she said that. You know what I mean? I want to go make like a new Pathfinder character or something. I haven't played a gunslinger in 10 years. I think I've only played a gunslinger once, and it was a gunslinger swashbuckler mix, I think. He was fun. He was like a very charismatic, but like a little bit not all there pirate. And I remember at the start of the campaign, we were on a ship, right? And another ship was coming to board us, and my character told the party, like, everybody stay here, I've got this. And so he went up to the front of the ship and like unbuttoned his shirt so you could see like right down to his titties, and they put like one knee up on the thing and just started being ridiculous and friendly and like offering them to come aboard for tea and whatnot, like tea and rum or whatever. And the pirates on the other ship were so suspicious that they're like, let's get out of here, guys. This guy's trying to kill us all. Get out of here. I soothed my forehead while grinding my teeth into fine powder.
No, not okay. How about you try doing that again?
A slimy grin squirms across her face, and she raises her hand again, thumb and finger ready. Look at that look. Look at that look on Yosemite's face there. Look at that look. I brace for the next flick, but before it can come, Pup hops to my rescue and lunges at her ankle. She stumbles away in time, but Pup stands his ground in front of me, snarling.
Good boy.
What did I ever do to you? I give you belly rubs and everything.
She even kind of sounds like Jekka. Oh my god. She whines. Pup howls. I think I love this guy a little more with every passing minute.
Zion, sweetie, can you keep the fluff ball at bay for me?
The little girl, who has since retreated to the kitchen with her other friend, gives a quick nod.
Okay.
With intense focus, she flaps her little wings and drifts across the room, patting her lap as she calls for Pup.
Hey, boy. Wanna play?
Teens to turn the gain down on her microphone. She puckers her lips to whistle, but only air comes out. When she realizes that won't work, she clicks her tongue. Digging into her hair, she untangles a twig, then waves it around for all to see.
I grew a new stick for you. Please like it.
Grew a new stick. Pup's head snaps up. His snarl mounts into a smiling pant as he dashes over, completely forgetting about his duty to protect me.
This was a disaster.
That little bead of sweat there, look at that. The tall girl pinches the bridge of her nose and sighs.
No small part thanks to your lack of commitment.
She turns to the one in the kitchen, whose head is bobbing back and forth to a silent melody.
I was tired.
God. Yellowstone dresses like... she looks like she doesn't know how to dress herself, basically. How close am I to banging the elf? What, have you been AFK this entire time? It's still hostile right now, so... You know the love meter bar that's like right below your character? Yeah, we're pretty far on the left side of that love bar for the character. We gotta like give her a lot of gifts and shit. You've been doing EX2. It's gotta exert dominance. Are you saying that if I act more dominant, people will want to bang me? Is that what you're saying?
Oh, we've done this like 1,000,000 times. It's the pits.
We do it because it works.
It's
That
the
last
pits.
guy rarely stepped foot in here after we gave him a good scare.
So, they really did think it was haunted.
That's because it is. Now go away.
She's different. Dollface over there put up a fight.
Dollface over there put up a fight. Oh my god. Alright. Okay, I like Yellowstone a whole lot better now with this accent. Oh my god. I tell you what. We're gonna do a little bit of fisticuffs here to see who gets to keep this cabin, alright? Wicked. Dollface? I'd be annoyed if this weren't so confusing.
I don't like her.
You don't like nobody.
You don't like nobody, right?
She's Snoopy.
She gives me a suspicious eye. The feeling is mutual. Conehead grabs a tea kettle. Well, Conehead grabbing a tea kettle for all of us. Alright, wicked. Conehead grabs the tea kettle from the stove and skips over to us.
That's kind of why I like her.
She flips open the kettle's lid and holds it up to her tall friend. The tall one wrings out her hair like a wet rag. Water, more than any sponge could retain, flows into the kettle. Okay, so... Zion can make infinite plants. Yosemite can make infinite water. So I imagine that Yellowstone can probably make infinite heat, or maybe infinite rocks or something like that. And, I bet that's the deal here. When she stops, the water is near the top, and her hair is bone dry. What the hell?
Well, I'm glad you feel that way, even if it's incorrect.
Fumes begin to wisp out from the opening at the top of Cone Head. A red glow crackles beneath it. No, seriously, what the hell? Delicately, she balances the kettle on top of her head.
Lemongrass again?
Please, and don't sneak sugar in it this time.
Steam begins to rise from the spout of the kettle, followed by a simmering whistle. The whistling gets louder, and the arguing drags on. Puck barks as he rushes across the room to fetch the stick. The steam grows thicker. And the noise builds and builds and builds. And as the noise builds and builds and builds, I feel my blood boiling in my veins. Any fear I had has been suppressed by the intense need for some peace and quiet. For some clarification. For something to actually make sense for once. I climb to my feet and draw in as much air as my lungs can take.
Will somebody give me some answers?
God damn. The chatter fizzles out. The winged girl shrinks back, hugging Puck close to her chest. The kettle sounds like a train whistle. All eyes are on me. Finally.
Now, will one of you tell me who exactly you people are? I've never heard of a ghost that can touch people. Or one having wings? Or whatever that thing on your head is. Are they costumes? What is your deal?
The leader of the three scoffs and turns away with folded arms.
Oh, is that all you wanted to know? I could tell you that much.
Hey! Don't tell her our secrets!
Cool ya jets. I'm just gonna
Cool
tell
ya
her who we
jets.
are. But first, I want to know who she is.
It's weird because Yellowstone is going between like Tucking a little bit like this, you know what I'm saying? A little bit of the Boston, a little bit of, probably Connecticut. This, something like Connecticut or Rhode Island on the shore. I'm getting lobster, something like that. But then she says, I'm just gonna tell her who we are. I'm just gonna talk like this, as I'm aging my head. And now, suddenly, we're in Southern California, right? So where are you? Are you getting lobster? Or are you in LA? I'd like to know. She looks up at me with a big expectant grin. The other two stare, awaiting an answer to spring from the stiff silence.
My name is Eve. I'm a...
Look, I feel like that performance at least deserves an applause. Tough crowd tonight. Tough crowd. Ranger?
I work here.
Well, I guess she's got no gunslinger proficiency, so she must be a ranger. Satisfied with my non-answer, she gives an affirming nod, the kettle bouncing on her head.
Howdy-o, Eve. Nice to meet ya. In case you didn't catch it, I'm Yellowstone.
She points to the wall with the paintings.
This Oath Angel is Zion.
This Oath
She's
Angel.
a cutie pie, and I love her lots.
I love it a lot. Well, yeah, see, that's another situation. This Oath Angel. This Oath Angel, Zion, she's a cutie pie and I love her a lot. But she said love her lots. She didn't really say it like that. She switched it. I can't tell what accent she's trying to do. Or if she's just like very, if it's just a muted accent that comes out every once in a while. Wait, this Oath Angel. Zion's pale cheeks turn red as she gives a little wave.
Love you lots, too. And then there's Yosemite. She's like our big sister. I love her lots, too, even when she's being a crab.
Got a lobster? Yosemite says nothing. I glance at the paintings, in each one with a girl.
So, are you each named after a park? Are they nicknames?
Yellowstone tilts her head and blinks. Oh, don't tilt your head, you're gonna drop the fucking kettle.
No,
She points to herself.
I'm Yellowstone.
She backs away and rushes over to Zion, hugging her from behind.
This is Zion.
She runs back to Yosemite and smacks her back. I can practically feel the loud slaps as Yosemite nearly leaps out of her skin.
And this is Yosemite.
Yosemite. Somehow, the kettle stays balanced on top of Yellowstone's head through all of this. I try putting 2 and 2 together, but I keep ending up with 5. Hey, I'm just glad that they addressed the kettle on top, balancing on top of her head.
So, what are you saying? You are the Parks?
Her face scrunches in thought. The steam evaporating seems like it could be coming from her brain itself. She looks to Yosemite for answers. Yosemite nods.
Sure, that works.
All right, I'm radioing my supervisor.
But why?
Told you no one would understand.
I don't know how you're pulling off these magic tricks, but trouble is trouble. And you 3 are definitely that.
Them fake elf ears. I spin around and start for the desk. Panic warps Yellowstone's face as she switches between me and Yosemite. The kettle whistles above her until she finally decides to hand it off to Yosemite.
1 sec.
She snatches my wrist. The fumes from her head puff behind her as I try to pull myself away.
Let go!
Are the fumes also toxic? Like, if she bent down in front of you, would you, like, start breaking down to it like a hacking coughing fit?
Do you just not believe us?
I don't believe you, I don't trust you, and most importantly, I don't want to deal with you.
Jesus, Eve. My feet drag as I tug her behind me. Her grip is surprisingly firm. With each step, she squeezes harder until I can feel her fingers pressing into my bone. Into your bone?
What if I can prove it?
Don't bother. Just get your painting and the rest of your stuff. We need to go away for a while.
Also, the paintings are hers. She ignores Yosemite and keeps pulling, digging her heels into the floor. Her grunts get more pained as she wraps another hand around my forearm.
Please! Just a chance!
Our conga line passes Zion the pup. Pup's tail wags as he looks to her, waiting for scratches and pets. Zion looks up at me with her big, sorrowful eyes that seem to only get bluer. She gets sad. Oh, look at her. Look at that sad. Pup paws in her dress, his ears flop. The single heartstring inside me tingles. There's that fiddle again. I sigh, stopping before Yosemite can yank my arm from its socket. I just love that puppy too much.
30 seconds.
Yellowstone smirks. A twinkle sparkles in her eye. Look at them eyes. Gripping my wrists together, she turns to Yosemite.
Back in a jiffy.
Back in a jiff.
Wait, Yellowstone!
That literal timer, her under, like, oh my fucking god. The literal timer sound of her getting it. Static crackles through my vision. The ground gives way beneath me and I plummet down. What if I just left the screen like this for the rest of the stream? How do you guys feel about that? Further and further, falling towards a nothing. Hopeless dread washes over me like a smothering wave. And then darkness. Howling wind blasts through my hair. I hear leaves rustle as the air whips past my cheek. My legs dangle below me. I look down. I wish I hadn't. Far below me, a thick forest sprouts from the jagged side of a mountain. Hundreds of feet of air between me and the bottom.
Hey, how's it hanging?
I look up to see Yellowstone peering over a cliff, still holding my arm. The moonlight spotlights were gigantic, grand.
What? Oh, God!
Cool view, right? Do you believe me now?
I flip my head in all directions, but all I see are far-off silhouettes of other hills and mountains, all of which look like anthills from up here. The scream finally breaks through, louder than I know I had in me. Higher, too. It travels far into the distance.
Help, 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 pull me up!
Whoa, stop moving so much! I'm gonna lose my grip!
Oh, Don't you say that.
Don't let go! Don't let go!
My body swings like a pendulum. I grip Yellowstone's hand tighter.
Aw, you don't like it?
No! No, take me back!
Oh, welcome on in, Kimmy. How you doing today? I see those bottom fingers in chat. The token sign that a Kimmy is near. She whines, puffing her cheeks out as she pouts.
Jeez Louise! Don't flip your wig.
Don't flip your wig. Why do you switch accents so much? Is bottom. It's okay. Most of the chat's bottoms. I'm pulled backwards like I'm being sucked up by a vacuum. The wind tunnels around me. And then I'm back in the cabin. We're all bottom friends around here. And me, I'm the bottom feeder. I don't know. Yeah, I'm the bottom feeder. I feed you the Yuri content that you so desire. Yeah, that is what I am. The ringleader. I mean, it is my stream. The ringleader, though. I don't think I'm a ringleader unless you guys are the fucking circus. The warmth feels like a hug and my legs feel like jelly. I drop to my knees and catch my shallow breath. Well, we are all clowns, yeah. Ain't that the truth? Now put your fucking... I was gonna say, put your fucking wigs on. But then I got reminded of, do you wear wigs? Again? Yosemite paced around the room, stopping in her tracks as soon as she sees us.
You! Is your brain made of mush? What were you thinking?
Yellowstone sticks her arms out like the wings of a plane and spins around the room. Zion giggles as Yellowstone circles around her. Pup sits impatiently below them, his tail sweeping back and forth across the floor. Yeah, now I see why it's called National Park, girls.
That I can make her believe, duh. I think it worked out pretty well.
Oh my fucking god. I'm gonna get dizzy from this. Also, it's very strange to me whenever they like make a physical embodiment of a living place. Isn't there like an anime term for something like that?
Does she look well to you?
You're gonna give me motion sickness, Yellowstone, stop. My teeth chatter as I try to warn myself. I'm shaking. My entire body is shaking.
I was here, and then I wasn't, and now I'm... What the... Oh god.
It's not anime. Okay, I thought there was an anime term for it. Sorry, I'm not a weeb. I know you guys are trying to make the Vina weeb art. I guess. Well, I think I'm still pretty far away, but I know a lot of terms now, and I've played a lot of stupid weeb games like Final Fantasy XIV. Fuck that shit. I mean, this channel is built on Final Fantasy XIV and Final Fantasy games and visual novels at the moment. And apparently off of my bad takes on everything. Plane runs out of jet fuel and Yellowstone stops.
No, but I thought we could finally...
Listen to me.
Chill voice too, yeah. Just a little bit caffeinated, but not enough to sound like I'm about to give you a YouTube tutorial, you know? Her voice is sharp and serious. Zion wincles. She squats down and grips Yellowstone's shoulders, meeting her at eye level.
What if something happened? What if she got lost or hurt? What would you have done then? Or worse, what if something had happened to you? There's a reason I try to keep us hidden. You know what they're capable of, what they can do.
She mutters to herself.
Of course, that's all out the window now.
The cheerfulness leaking out of Yellowstone seems to have dried up. Yosemite's grip on her loosens, and she shrinks away.
Guess I messed up pretty bad again, huh?
Yosemite just gives a deep sigh. It reminds me of a disappointed parent. Zion tugs at Yellowstone's hand.
I think you did a good job, Yellowstone.
Yellowstone gazes down with her with a sad smile, then squeezes her hand back. A long yawn squeaks out of Zion, high enough that only the tail end of it is audible.
Looks like someone's sleepy.
She rubs her tired eyes and nods.
Mm-hmm.
Yosemite combs her fingers through Zion's fairy tale hair.
Get her ready for bed while the human and I negotiate.
I don't know if that's the word for it, Ralph. I thought there was an actual word for personifying a place, but maybe I'm thinking of like something very specific in a specific piece of media. I don't know. I mean, obviously personification, but I thought there might have been a more specific word for it than that. Or I thought that there might have been an anime term for something like this. But I'm completely drawing a blank on what I think it would have been.
Okie dokie.
Okie dokie. That's the saddest okie dokie I've ever heard. Yeah, same here, Eve.
I'll be right there to tuck you in. Might even tell you that story about the swallow you like so much.
Swallow story? I don't remember that one.
I don't want to tell my swallow stories on chat, so we won't. For a moment, Yosemite freezes, then she shakes out a chuckle.
No, of course. Why would you?
Leading her by the hand, Yellowstone pulls Zion along to the bathroom. Puck trots along behind them. When the door shuts, Yosemite turns back to me. Her posture stiffens, perfectly straight and all business as she walks over to me.
You alive?
She towers over me like a giant sequoia. I feel her footsteps vibrate beneath me as she gets closer.
Just leave me alone!
I crawl to the nearest corner and hunker down, using one of Zion's fallen branches as a shield.
Relax. I'm not actually going to eat you, or whatever you think I planned on doing.
Not yet. I hurl the branch at her. It skims past her shoulder.
I don't care! Just go!
A lump catches in my throat. I look around at the mess that's been made. The streaks of water on the floor, the tossed away gun, the open cabinets. I take a look at the whole cabin, small and homey. But I know what it's really for. But I still know what it's really for. It's a purgatory. A sanitarium to clean me off of any lingering pride. This is my punishment, and if that's the case, then maybe it's not actually purgatory. Maybe it's actually hell. I mean, you have a little door over there to hell. I bring my head to my knees and keep it there.
Hey. Are you okay? I'm sorry about that stunt she pulled. Yellowstone always gets too excited for her own good.
Yeah, one could even call Yellowstone explosive. Her voice softens, sounding more like she's talking to Zion than a foolish mortal.
Just leave. Please.
I swallow back the emotion, but my voice still cracks.
I just want today to end. I'm tired.
She swoops down in front of me.
Well, you're in luck, because I have a truce to propose.
I look over my knees and sniff. Yosemite is inches away from my face. She gives me a gentle grin.
I'm listening.
To get right down to it, we're exhausted too. It's been a long day for us, so how about we let you sleep here for the night, and then, in the morning, you can call your supervisor and send us on our way.
You think I'm dumb enough to fall for that? You'll murder me in my sleep.
In the time it would take to strangle you, I could read half of an entire book. Why waste my time with it? Besides, wouldn't you rather not have 3 trespassers wandering the park at night?
Time it would take to strangle you. You could read that. Is that a comment on your learning speed? For your reading speed, or is it a comment on her enjoying being choked? She's not wrong. I have the campground to think about too. If they start causing trouble with campers, then this could spiral even further out of control.
Look, just take the olive branch. I'm trying to play nice.
I think about it for a moment. How I might wake up after being smothered by a pillow. How I might not even wake up at all. Or if I do, how they might not even be here at all. But it's dark and late, and my brain is slush and fog. So I humor her.
I'm not going to get a bullet to the face while sleeping, am I?
Only Neanderthals use guns. I think you're proof enough of that.
Jesus Christ. It's an insult, but she chuckles. It's not very funny to me. I think again.
And I get the bed?
Her joking smile is stripped away. She sighs.
I guess there are sleeping bags around here we can use.
Oh, do the three of them literally live here? Like... Oh, I wanna know... I mean, yes they do, but like... Obviously they can like teleport and stuff. Or they can at least return back to their parks. So... Why would they need to live in this cabin here? And, I mean... But also, part of me thinks that they're not, like, the spirit of the park. I think that they're more of, like, fae spirits that exist in each of the parks, and they've kind of gotten like, created a bond with one another, potentially. That's what I think, at least. And I guess that they live here. But again, can't they live anywhere else if they want to?
So what do you say? Do we have a deal? Or is this night going to get even longer?
She extends her hand, and for the first time I notice her ears poking up from under her hair. They are slender and pointed, with tips as sharp as daggers. I don't know who these people are, or even what they are, but I do know that I need some damn sleep. I grab her warm hand as she hoists me to my feet.
You've got yourself a deal, but you're out of here first thing in the morning.
So what's their connection here? Right. Got an achievement for that as well. A warm wetness slops against my oh my... That is a hell of a descriptor. A warm wetness slops against my cheek. Humid breath that sticks to my face. My eyes crust open and drift to the edge of my bed. With his front paws perched on the comforter, Pup continues breathing in my face, his wild tongue dangles below his jaw.
It can't seriously be morning yet.
Yeah, and I knew it'd be the pup. He pushes himself off the bed and scampers away, sliding across the floor like it's an ice rink. Childish giggles fill the room, and now a familiar sound of wings flapping like an overworked engine follows. As Zion huffs and puffs her way around the corner, Pup runs behind her. I couldn't have slept for more than an hour. At least she has like a little curtain divider in front of her bed. You know? I mean, it won't help for certain things, but at least she has the little hospital divider right there. The nightstand clock seems to confirm this, as foggy memories of me glancing between it and the intruders tucked away at their sleeping bags come back to me. 3:30, 3:45, 4:20, 5 o'clock, and finally 6:30. You know, are you talking about me playing video games when I shouldn't be, and staying up all night after stream? I feel like you're talking to me there personally, Eve. I feel like you're going at me. I feel like Goldilocks if she tried sleeping on the beds and the bears were hibernating in the corner, just testing her luck until she eventually gets mauled. I peel myself out of bed and draw shut the curtain that divides the room. When I'm done changing into my uniform, I slip back out and catch a whiff of something delicious.
Good morning, Miss Eve.
Zion stops playing with Pup to give me a courteous bow. Through the open window, a blue bird flutters in and rests on her shoulder. I already wish I was back in bed.
Rise and shine, Eve who works here. Catch all your Z's.
Not at all. Jesus Christ. Ooh. There's a really interesting opening to this song here. It's got a bit of a good carrying beat here. It's a bit of a groove to it. Now that we have some music in the background, maybe I'll take a quick BRB and let you guys listen to that while I just like go and like stretch, drink water, do stuff. I'll be right back, just a minute or two. Stay frosty, because who knows who's gonna get bullied in this stream next. Alright, I'll see you in a minute. Hello there. I just took a drink of water and splashed some up into my nose. Like a really awkward cum shot. And I am just ashamed of myself for being a terrible human being that can't drink water. Terrible at being human, I should say. Jeez, look at all those pleading emotes in chat. Are you trying to be bullied next to me? God, Fina, what? What's wrong? Is Lana here, by the way? Speaking of which, I was having a cinnamon bun. A nice frosted cinnamon bun. And I was thinking back to some of the pet names that I've been called by intimate people. One of them was a freshly frosted cinnamon roll. Okay, I added the freshly frosted part in there. But I've been called a cinnamon roll before, and I was thinking that as I ate it. And I've also been called a red velvet cupcake. I don't exactly know why she started calling me a red velvet cupcake. We weren't even dating or anything. But, you know what? I'll take it. My ego deserves that boost. How we all doing tonight, by the way? Red velvet cup. Yeah, they're fucking red velvet's so good, man. I would suck some serious dick for some red velvet right now. You know what I'm saying? Like, damn. I mean, I also Red Velvet's one of my favorite K-pop groups, so I just can't stay away. Maybe she was predicting the future. That I was going to be a Red Velvet lover. But it's just in my nature, you know? Just who I am. How we all doing tonight? Kimmy, are you trying to get bullied tonight? Because I'm sure there's going to be some bullying coming if you stay in chat. Everyone gets roasted from time to time the more that they type in that chat. This has been very interesting so far. Not the context of this, the idea, the concept, the idea of National Park Girls is less appealing to me than the other 3 Studio Elm games that I've played so far, because I feel like it's extremely not based in reality at all. But it is interesting so far. The main character has a very, like I said, Nicole way of thinking. She's very negative, very jaded, almost like Squall, but not really like Squall. And it's a lot different than the other character. Like, it's more than Amber, for example. Amber was kind of jaded. To some degree, maybe they focused on the characters more than the world in this one, but she's like Amber, but a little bit cranked up in terms of just how unhinged she is, you know? And I like that. I like that they're playing around with their archetypes in each game. The main characters don't really feel the same between game to game, you know? So I'm excited to see what they're going to do with it. And I know there are 5 episodes. So far, this episode's taken us 2 hours and 40 minutes, so I think it'll actually be kind of a longer experience compared to, like, the first playthrough of Highway Blossoms, which only took us, like, 2 streams. So I feel like there's going to be a lot in this one. A lot to work through, and that makes me excited. I always enjoy when we start up a longer visual novel, because the more time it has to breathe and develop, usually the better it is, you know? Wait, where are we? Done with my cinnamon roll. I might eat another cinnamon roll later because that's just who I am. But let's try not to put on that many calories today. Yellowstone peeks out from the kitchen, whisking a bowl in steady circles. Once again, a kettle rests on her head.
They must have slipped through my fingers.
Or out of your mouth. When you aren't shifting around, you sound like a broken trombone.
Wait, what subtitle?
Rise and shine!
Okay, yeah.
Or out of your mouth. When
Okay.
you aren't shifting around, you sound like a broken trombone.
Okay, I got it. I glare over at the table. Yosemite is chin deep in a book and sifting through the pages. Paper litters the table. Some sprawled out like a shuffled deck of cards, others stacked into leaning towers. The cardboard box sits in front of the middle. The cardboard box sits right in the middle, acting as an eye up to the storm. Without taking her eyes off the book, she raised the coffee mug in the air.
Yellowstone. Tea.
Just a gif.
Just a jiffy. Yellowstone Power walks over. Balancing the bowl in her arm, she tips her head and pours the water. You like Yosemite? Yeah, Yosemite is like... She's like a nerdy doctor archetype, almost, that has all of her assistants do things for her, but she also has some amount of, like, some amount of wit to her, maybe, or like whimsicality in her nature. Whimsy. Just whimsy. She has some whimsy. I had to search through every potential, like, ending of an English word before I landed on whimsy there. So I really am just something else today, huh? Yellowstone Power walks over. Balancing the bowl in her arms, she tips her head and pours some water from the kettle to the cup. The process is delicate, like a ballerina bending into the shape of a swan. Nonetheless, through the teetering and tottering, the kettle stays balanced on top of her head.
Want me to replace the bag? It's pretty much water now.
Don't be wasteful. There's still some flavor left.
Fine, fine.
Yellowstone gives a defeated sigh. The same one I give every time I have to tell someone, yes, you need a permit to fish.
How about you, Eve? I saw you chugging coffee last night. Bet you take a black, huh? You seem like the type of cat who takes a black.
I think she's just doing that on purpose. I don't think that's actually Yellowstone's accent. I think she's trying to do this. She's like, you seem like the type of cat that takes a black, eh? I think she's trying to do it. There's a pause. I try to get a handle on the stitched-together combination of English and slang. A Frankenstein of language.
With a little sugar, actually.
Dang, thought I had it.
She snaps her fingers as she returns to the kitchen.
Oh well. Hop a squat. I'll get you a cup.
Squat a what?
She means sit down.
No can do. I have my job to take care of. Patrolling, permits, calls.
Yep, so basically it sounds like Yosemite experiments with language, and I think she's trying to give that accent for, like, emphasis. Like, you know, whenever I get reminded of a scene or something and I start replaying that scene verbally for you guys.
Tattling on us.
Her eyebrows bounce up and she takes a sip of tea.
Priority number 1, I assure you.
I give her a phony smile that lapses into an eye roll. I hope she sees it. She's right though. It completely slipped my mind. I guess when it became clear they probably weren't going to kill me, my mind started drifting to more abstract questions.
You can do all that later. Just breathe in that fresh morning air for now. I'm making flapjacks. Yay.
Zion with the yay. Oh my fucking god. Who's her voice actor? It can't be the same voice actor as Tascada. Except her quiet cheer doesn't match her solemn face.
Don't worry, cutie. I'm making you a veggie omelet.
I want a veggie omelet. Zion's downtrodden face lights up. Hopeful, but cautious.
Will you use the mushrooms I picked the other day?
I don't think she's Tass's voice actor, but she might be, Pippa?
you go get them for me.
With an excited nod, Zion shuffles over to the closet. Where Zion goes, Pup follows. The bird does too.
Remember to wash them!
Yosemite calls out, but neither answer. Zion digs around the closet. Yellowstone hums to herself and out of tune and off key.
Fine. Don't cry to me when your stomach starts growing fungus.
The frying pan sizzles in the background as everybody goes about their morning, swept up into their routines while I am swept to the side. With not a whole lot else to do, except fear for my life, let's be honest, there's not a whole lot left to fear for anyway. I grab my notebook and sit at the table. You heard your name? Oh, it was about, the pet names I've been calling by intimate people, and how I was eating a cinnamon roll and how I got called a cinnamon roll one time. I've also been called a red velvet cupcake. Since it's round, I have no choice but to face Yosemite. If it bothers her as much as it bothers me, then she has a shot. She grabs a blank paper from the wobbling stack and starts scribbling on it, constantly referring back to her book. Sharing a meal with a person, or thing, that tried to run me out of my post doesn't exactly thrill me. Having to stare at them the entire time even less so. Still, I make an attempt to clear my mind and start jotting down the events from last night. But my uniform is tight and restricted and squeezed around my joints like a python. My writing is similarly uncomfortable and stiff, reading more like a report to Jessie than a deep emotional expression to Teddy. Not that there's much of that left in me anyway. The assailant exited the closet. Perpetrator wrested the gun from me. These are just a few examples. It's accurate. Coherent enough to get the information across, definitely. But just dry enough to be vague and frustrating. I experienced it, and even I hardly know what happened. Hell, I hardly know what they are. They aren't ghosts. I'm an idiot for buying that, even for as briefly as I did. But they aren't quite human either, although after their ears and wings and volcano heads, they might as well be people.
Some sugar or sugar?
Sugar. Yellowstone sets down a cup of coffee in front of me, the shale of grainy sugar still swirling around in it. There's an explosive pop from the kitchen. Smoke plumes above the frying pan.
No! My flapjacks!
She rushes over like an overworked waitress at a diner and lowers the heat. And me? I feel like a traveler exploring the cosmos. From an alien society, and everything they do is fascinating in how mundane it is.
It's not polite to stare. If we freak you out that much, you can turn around. Or leave. That would work too.
You'd like that, huh? For me to leave you alone so you can just keep mooching off this place.
Are you expecting a no? All the other goons always ran off to the outpost down the road as soon as they caught wind of us. Only ever came back if they had to get something. And never alone.
Any of that sympathy from last night has evaporated with the steam from her tea. All that's left is her condescending smirk. It drives me nuts, as I look up and see Ralph playing Elden Ring in the background.
Well, I'm not like the others. Thank God. It doesn't take much to scare the apathy into them.
I always worry that Stream is gonna see the Steam pop-out, you know? I don't think Stream sees the Steam pop-ups whenever somebody goes into a game, but I hope they don't. Because I don't want you guys seeing that. It is not good.
But not you, huh?
I'm open to suggestions.
I throw back the coffee like it's the nastiest double shot this side of happy hour. The scalding liquid funnels down my throat, and I surrender to my journal. Yosemite watches me with a focused squint.
What's that? Official report to the head goon.
The lead at the tip of my pencil snaps under the force, leaving a skid mark streaking across the page.
Journal. Sorry to disappoint.
Her ears twitch at the mention of a journal.
What kind of journal? For documenting information? Studies?
Just a journal. I use it to wring out the last few drips of dams I give. Keeps me anchored to reality.
The last few drips of dams I give. Wow. I look up at her, tracing my way from her black roots to her blue hair, down to the frosted white tips. Her hair looks like a waterfall pouring off over a cliff.
And boy oh boy, do I need that.
She deflates, as if I'm the one responsible for sucking out all the wonder and curiosity in this world.
Suppose I should be proud of you, though.
I keep writing. Don't bother looking up.
After all, how many of you suits actually know how to write?
God damn it, I can't help myself.
You think we're dumb?
I think you're uneducated.
Look, I'm not wild about my coworkers either.
Glad we're in agreement.
But give us some credit. Or at least give me credit. You know what a school is, right?
Something I assume you didn't go to?
What a bitch.
No. For me, school was years worth of crap I had to sludge through to even get a sniff.
And was it worth it?
The question is like a splash of cold water to the face. It forced me to decide on whether I want to give the easy answer or the answer that lurks in the back of my heart.
Popular opinion is a giant no. It might be if people cared, but they don't. And even if I thought it was, if those people are the ones I'm protecting this land for, nothing will ever make it worth it.
Yosemite yawns, her face slumped against her cheek in boredom. She returns to her book.
Wow. I was almost expecting something insightful.
Don't like the answers? Don't ask the questions.
It's not the answers that bother me. It's the rotten little mind behind them.
What's wrong with her? I mean, there's obviously stuff wrong with her. But what's wrong with her to you? Lightning cracks between us. We glare at each other in silence. My eyes will roll out of my head
You
before I
two can
blink.
duke it out after breakfast. Time to chow down.
Duke it out after breakfast, eh? It's time to chow down. Yellowstone swoops in with 2 platters of fluffy stuffed stacked pancakes. A thin slice of butter slides across both of them, melting down the sides and mixing with syrup. I don't know, I think that Yosemite is extremely judgmental of humans. And I don't think she has much hope in them. And at the same time, I think she has some amount of elitism. Intelligence-based elitism. Because she thinks of herself as that. There's obviously still the dynamic in there of being an older sister. And probably having to be better for the sake of the others. And that whole like schism brought forth this elitism that she seems to have, but like I wouldn't call her jaded necessarily, just apathetic towards humans. I poke at the pancakes with my fork. Is it poisoned? It seems safe. In fact, it looks delicious. Like a picture ripped straight out of a menu before you get the real soggy thing. Cutting a pie-shaped sliver off, I dip it in a shallow pool of syrup that's accumulated at the sides of my plate. Why not? If it's poison, at least it's going to taste amazing. That's right. At least if she's going to poison you, you can die happy. I take the plunge. Warm sugar drizzles down my tongue. The rich butter oozes out of the pancakes I chew. There's into crispiness from the slightly charred rings around the sides of the cake, balancing out the taste of the sugar. It practically dissolves my mouth. I swallow.
Holy crap.
A moan slips out of me, almost a gasp. It would be embarrassing if this weren't so shocking or delicious. Oh my gosh. Yellowstone giggles.
Like it?
Unable to resist, I dive in for the next piece. I nod as I talk through the food.
Yeah, it's sort of amazing. How did you even...
I'm basically the chef around here.
She beams with a proud smile.
And the maid, and the dishwasher, and the laundry. You could say that I'm a jack of all trades. Master of them, too.
I'll say. What did you even put in this?
Trade secret.
There's crack in them. Just like the McDonald's fucking, McDonald's chicken nuggets are just laced with crack. That's why you can never stop eating them. Yeah, somebody flips to the next page.
Brown butter.
No fear!
Brown butter. A dark cloud of steam or trails out of the opening in her head. I think I smell sulfur.
Well, whatever it is, it's delicious.
I wash down the shelf of coffee.
Thanks.
Yellowstone's eyes grow to be as large as the platters the pancakes are on.
You really mean that? Thanks?
Would she prefer I tell her to piss off?
Yeah. I was just planning on living off canned sausages while I was here.
Look, I don't mind having sausage every day, but maybe Eve would. Tears creep to the corner of her eyes, a whimper, and a geyser of water erupts from her head.
Whoa.
Oh, smokes! I didn't think being complimented would feel so good. You're a good gal, huh?
Jeez. She really is explosive, emotionally, isn't she? The water umbrella's over her as she moves in for a one-armed hug. Not overly fond of hugs or getting my uniform soaked with tears before work. Or touching. I scoot away in my chair.
Ah! That gives me an idea!
She bounces back like a spring with a whiplash that gives me a concussion.
What if, and stay with me here, instead of us leaving or you leaving or anyone leaving, what if we just live together?
Absolutely not!
Like last night? But every night.
Just give it a think. We already have a solid setup here. We could keep the place nice and tidy while you're wage slaving away all day.
I mean, you have, someone to do all the work around the house, and someone to mooch off the house, which is Yosemite, and a child to take care, which is Zion, and then you have a guard dog, which is Eve. I'm too stunned to outright decline with any kind of resolve. Shameless naivety, and the kind tied with a bow and gift to you, is impossible to answer with a harsh realism. It's genuine and that's familiar. And if the food will always be this good, maybe the idea isn't what, Eve? Isn't going to happen, because that's the only thing that it is. Remember why you are here. Look outside, look at the land you love, and look at the scavengers that stomp over it. Now remember why you're here.
I'm only here because it's my job. Last I checked, woodland sprites aren't on the payroll. The pancakes were good, but I'm still radioing this in.
Yellowstone's excitement is snuffed out like a candle.
Aww, I thought it was a pretty good idea.
Yosemite heaves a small sigh of relief.
Stop scaring me like that. I've had more than enough of Miss Misery.
Eve Misery. Now that's a name that you'd see in My Immortal. Before I can bite back, Zion scampers up to Yellowstone with a cutting board. The bluebird from earlier picks up the dried mushrooms that line the board. When it said cutting board and then the bluebird, I was like, what the fuck?
Does that mean we'll have to find a new home?
She stares out the mushrooms dejectedly, but Yellowstone reassures her with a smile.
Don't worry! Yosemite knows a lot of neato places to hide. We can just trust her to take care of us like always.
Like
We'll be
always.
back soon. She won't last long.
She leans into the table and locks eyes with me.
It's the eyes. They're almost as dull and lifeless as the others.
Jesus Christ. I don't give her an inch, remaining flat and unblinking.
Your flapjacks are gonna get dull and lifeless if you don't eat them soon.
Yellowstone shuts Yosemite's book and scoots the platter forward. Like a sponge, the pancake absorbed most of the butter and syrup. I don't take my pancakes with anything on them. Maybe some butter on them. Because I don't want them to get soggy. You heard something about do I have to explain? Okay, I have to explain this for a third time. I was gonna say that I've been called both a cinnamon roll and a red velvet cupcake. I didn't say I wanted you to call that. Okay. You know, I didn't give you any directions when I was saying that. I was merely saying words into the microphone, alright? I'm just saying words over here. With a futile grasp, Yosemite stretches for the book, but it's just out of reach. She sulks and stabs the pancakes with a fork. Right, I was gonna say that I only eat my pancakes with, like, butter. I don't, if anything, I don't like to put things on my pancakes because I don't want them to get soggy. I prefer the natural taste of the pancake, you know? I want a nice, well-made pancake first and foremost. You know what I mean? You got it? What do you got? What do you got, you little weirdo?
I was reading that? Now I'll have to find my place again.
Too smart for a bookmark?
Smarter than you.
We both take a bite out of our pancakes. Between chewing, I give her the fakest, most plastic grin I can manage, forcing the dimples until it hurts. Me being associated with sweet pet names? I mean, I guess they would be called sweets, yes. Honey bun. Hold on. When did we say anything about honey bun? Okay, I didn't say anything about honey buns. She does it right back. It's like staring into a twisted funhouse mirror.
It ain't a big dealio. Your brainiac butt has read all those books at least 50 times by now.
It is a big deal. You'd be surprised by how much you don't pick up on the first time around.
Her gaze drifts over to Zion, who is now crouched down with Pup, letting him sniff the mushrooms. A touch of sadness flashes through her eyes, and for the first time I notice the bags under them. I don't know how Eve and Yosemite are gonna bang, but there's only two ways it could go. It could be like the best hate fuck of all time, or they have some sort of like great character arc together where they learn to enjoy each other's presence and change their entire worldviews. But it's gonna take a lot to get there, is what I'm saying. Let's say hate fuck. It's gonna take a lot to get there. This is I mean, Marina and Amber were pretty far apart at the start, too, I was gonna say. But this is the first time that it's ever been, like, full-on hostility. Had the same brain cell. Gazed her sort of Zion, who's now crouched down with Pup, letting him sniff the mushrooms. Oh yeah, the bags under the eyes.
Or how much you forget.
Too bad Eve isn't sticking around long enough for us to use her credit card. You could have ordered tons more books. And groceries. More fresh veggies, please.
I'm sorry, what?
Yosemite sips at her tea and shrugs.
Just be happy you goons are useful for something. They usually cancel the card after the first couple charges.
Yo, like, Twitch? Whenever I try to sub to somebody on Twitch, they cancel my card. Or, like, they try to cancel my card, and I have to call them and say, like, no, that was not a fraudulent payment, and then the payment doesn't go through. So I haven't been able to sub to anybody on Twitch in the past couple of months because my fucking card gets rejected every single time. And I feel so bad for it. I try to choke back a chuckle, but it comes out as a snort. This probably isn't the kind of stuff I should condone, but the image of someone like Ernie opening their monthly statement to see an unexpected charge of $600 brings me more joy than it probably should. And honestly, screw Ernie. Chugging at Yellowstone's jacket, Zion raised the cutting board up as a reminder.
I'm gonna croak from hunger.
I'm gonna croak the manga. Hey, give me that omelet. Yosemite winces at croak.
Please stop teaching her your second language.
But Yellowstone ignores her. She bends down, takes the board, her expression melting into one complete adoration as she gushes over something.
Sorry. Do you want spinach on it too? Mm-hmm. Don't cook it with butter though. Too much MSG. Huh? You sure? I want you to have enough energy to go hiking with me later.
I don't think so. After you're done here, there's a whole lot of cleaning up you have to do.
Give me a break. I just swept the other day.
And now the kitchen is a disaster zone. Clean before we leave.
Grumbling to herself, Yellowstone slouches back to the kitchen. Jeez, just imagine the fight for dominance here. Man. They're gonna come out looking like they were both in a fight with like a dozen cats or something, you know? Grumbling to herself, Yellowstone slouches and goes back to the kitchen.
Maybe things wouldn't get dirty so quick if you actually rinsed your dishes.
What was that?
Yeah! Nothing, Chief.
Yosemite returns to her book, occasionally picking at her pancakes. When she's positive Yosemite isn't looking, Yellowstone pokes her tongue out at her. It's weird. I wouldn't expect some kind of hierarchy to exist among them, but Conehead and Pixie seem to revere her like big sister. All that's missing is her flipping through a nature magazine while hogging the phone. Girls still do that, right?
Must be pretty gripping if you can't tear yourself away from it for more than 5 seconds.
What are you reading?
It's not. Just some accounts from a miner that passed through these parts a long time ago. But it helps.
With your research?
Her brow furrows, and she gives me a side-eyed glance.
Want to tell me how you know that?
You have a folder that literally has research written on it. Wasn't hard to put 2 and 2 together.
I was gonna say something different, like, it helps to remember, because maybe the way that the parks have changed over the years has literally made them forget parts of themselves. And reading these accounts reminds her of those things that she's lost because of human influence on the actual parks. But now that we're saying it's research, well, that's a little bit different, right?
Look, it does math.
It does facial reconstruction, too.
She pinches her eyes shut with a groan.
I knew your snooping would be an issue.
Don't get your yoga pants in a bunch. I didn't actually see anything.
Stuff from the pancakes, I lean back in the chair and melt. I don't know how much butter and sugar she put in those things, but my uniform feels like a button might pop off.
Gotta say, though, I'm curious what someone like you could be researching.
Yosemite pushes up against the table. A gleam of excitement colors her face.
You're curious?
Excitement clouds into suspicion.
Why?
Just Stam?
Being so close, I get a good look at her defined, pointed face. No loose skin, no flab, not even a puffy baby fat around her cheeks.
Can I get some personal space here? I don't want to catch your personality.
Oh my god. I don't want to catch your personality. Jesus Christ. I'm gonna use that. Damn it, if I squint hard enough, she's actually kind of cute. Look, that's what I say about every character in these, in the Studio Elon games. Like, fuck, they're cute. Shit. Everyone's cute. The villains in every story. Fuck, they're hot. Oh god. Muscle Mommy Sorceress in FF8. You'll catch me, though? Catch me doing what? She pulls herself away and goes silent.
My curiosity is waning.
Shut up.
Biting the bottom of her lip, she glances back and forth. She sighs and closes her book.
You see Yellowstone's head?
Her voice droops to a hoarse whisper as she leans in. I do the same.
How could I not?
What does it look like to you?
What does this have to do with any...
Just tell me what it looks like.
Oh my god.
A volcano? It looks like a volcano.
Do you want to know when Yosemite or when Yellowstone is going to erupt?
And can you guess what has a volcano?
Yellowstone National Park, obviously. But volcanoes don't actually look like that.
You're not going to get anywhere with that kind of linear thinking.
She moves on.
And look at Zion.
I do. She hovers in the air, keeping the omelet out of the pup's reach. Leaves float off her like autumn. Is she trying to figure out why she has water?
No, this isn't coyote food. It's not good for you.
See those leaves and branches? Pretty lush, right?
Sure.
Remind you of any particular painting?
Mm-hmm. She points her thumb at the wall. I glance back and admire the painting of Zion National Park, with its deep gardens and mixed fiery reds and beiges.
Wait, are you saying...
Starting to get it?
My mind escapes to the obvious.
Yeah, the three of you like playing dress-up. Real cute.
It's amazing how you keep finding new ways to disappoint me. Let's try this again.
I ignore the snot dribbling out of her mouth. After all, disappointing people is second nature at this point, myself particularly. Yasani scoots against the table. She points at her face, specifically the freckles dotted across it.
Are you giving me permission to slap you?
I'm giving you permission to learn. Now touch it.
Oh my god. Closing her eyes, she sticks her chin out and waits, like someone expecting a kiss. I start to reach out my hand, but an overabundance of caution keeps me from going any further. What if this is some kind of trick? She tried to scare me away, didn't she? What's stopping her from biting off my finger? It would be the first time someone has tried that while I was on the clock. He said. I shudder as I remember that man's blistering bloodshot eyes, even delirious, caked in pine needles and mud with tattered clothes. No telling what he was hyped up on. After Jessie made sure I was okay, she shrugged. Takes all kinds, she said. Yosemite's nose wiggles impatiently. I decide she's probably harmless, and waking up alive is good evidence for that. Even if we've only tossed for punches at one another, she was the one who offered a truce. It has to mean something. I can't shake the suspicion completely, but I do reach out and brush my hand over her cheek. Oh my god. You just went from like 0 to 100. A gravelly and rugged texture scratches at my fingertips where her freckles should be. Finally clicks with me. These aren't freckles at all. They're more like scales or pebbles glued to her face. Just to make sure, I sweep my hand up and down her face. Between the patches of pebbles, her soft skin glows a flushed pink.
Said to touch it, not to caress it. Jeez.
Yeah, Lana, I said to touch it, now not caress it. I grip one of the pebbles between my fingers and tug on it. Instead of rubbing it off, Yosemite's skin is stretched right behind it.
Ah!
She pulls away, hints of tears glisten at the corner of her eyes. Oh my fucking god. Did I tell you to call me that in chat? SMH, you might have. I need a drink, man. I felt like something was coming, and you just decided to barrage me. She pulls away. Hints of tears glisten at the corner of her eyes.
You didn't have to be so rough.
You? Jesus Christ, man. No one is allowed to crank their hog on stream. That is rule number 1. My mouth hangs open as the confusion bounces around like tumbleweed in my head.
Is that rock?
Well, it sure isn't costume jewelry.
Whining, she soothes her pulsing cheek. I twist around and look at the top painting in the pyramid. The Lombard Dome. I saw glimpses of it on the drive here. If I stepped outside, I could see it now. And every time I've ever climbed up there, it's been gravelly, and it's been rugged. Most mountains in Yosemite Valley are. I think back to Yellowstone's explanation from last night. It's ridiculous. It's absurd. It's basically fantasy. But if there's any other explanation, then I can't think of it.
Your Yosemite National Park.
Dear God, did I say that out loud? Am I going crazy? Is that what's happening? But Yosemite gives a satisfied nod, and I'm convinced that I've taken a one-way trip on the crazy train. I'm riding this locomotive off a cliff, emphasis on loco.
Now you're starting to get it. Finally.
I try to choke out more words, more questions, but they dissolve into breathy stutters. Yosemite looks on with an amused smirk. Faraway laughter and chatter breaks through the confused silence. Outside, I hear the snapping and crunching of twigs and leaves. The voices get louder, past the cabin, then taper off.
Just what are you? What are you, really?
Yosemite's smirk fades into a frown. Her eyes scan the mess of books and paper and stay there. Her hand grips the table and her nails dig into the wood.
You don't know?
I hardly believe the genuine shock in my voice. I'm not actually buying this garbage, am I?
That's the winning question, isn't it?
Some sort of fey entity, but like... I suppose that is the winning question. She slinks back into her chair, breaking her razor-straight posture. She sighs, drawing in a deep breath, but releasing it as a quick puff. Her frown relaxes into a smile. It's a soft smile, the kind people have when they're nostalgic, or thinking about a family member that isn't around anymore.
Do we not know? Or do we just not remember?
Right, that's what I said earlier as my, the thing that I suggested it might be is a lack of memory after the parks have literally changed. They may have changed too, so by reading those books from the past, they can maybe piece together how they might have changed.
I can do without the cryptic crap.
It's anything but. I'm telling you what I know. And what I know is that I'm Yosemite. Just like they know how they're Zion in Yellowstone.
Okay, sure. But how do you know?
How do you know that your stomach rumbles when you are hungry? Did someone have to explain the concept to you?
How long have you known?
I don't know.
Have you always known?
I don't know.
Do you know anything?
If I knew anything, I wouldn't be trying to figure it out.
Makes sense. She shoots up out of her chair and glares down at me. Her voice cuts through the air like a dagger. Her little outburst throws the room into silence. Yellowstone coughs from the kitchen. Pup's tail spikes up in alert. I stare back, pretending to be unfazed, but secretly, I'm tense. My muscles flex against my uniform. In the thick of the silence, Zion tiptoes over to the table. She latches onto Yosemite's hand, and her own tiny hand only managing to wrap around 3 fingers. Wordlessly, she gazes up at her with deep, pleading eyes. Where's the Vina pleads in chat? I need some Vina pleads. Vina be plead. Yosemite's sharp face softens back to that solemn smile. Her hand engulfs all of Zion's. She strokes her palm and fiddles with her fingers. Zion gives a ticklish giggle.
I have these fragments that pop into my head. Bits and pieces of a language I don't know. Faces I don't recognize, but seem familiar.
Could have been... Oh, right. It was... So she had a thing on Miwok research. And maybe she believes that it's Miwok language. Thank you for the Vina please. Thank you for those. Maybe it's Miwok language. And the Native Americans of the region may be responsible for bringing her into existence or something. or it's, you know, it was somehow brought into existence through their belief many years ago. Her voice shakes, hovering above a whisper. She's a primal. Get on your knees or just the puppy eyes? The puppy eyes are enough. If you get on your knees, I'll give you a little slap. Breaking at the end of her words.
And whenever I think I figured it out, and it's on the tip of my tongue, I forget.
She shuts her eyes tight, as if trying to envision these things herself. Her grip around Zion's hand tightens, but Zion doesn't pull away or even wince.
They're like echoes that ripple further away with each new epiphany. It just gets quieter and quieter. It's so frustrating.
Kimmy, are you peeking up like that because you want to get slapped? It's okay if you do. There's no shame in wanting to get slapped by me. Although I might laugh a little bit. But I laugh at everything, to be fair. The words strain out of her through gritted teeth.
But if I can figure out just what we are, where we came from, then maybe I can finally remember.
Look, I'd want to get slapped by a cat girl too. She opens her eyes and they look older. Feels like she's staring right through me, gazing at the paintings hung on the wall. Like I'm just another obstacle getting in their way.
So yeah, I don't know anything, but I'm going to.
Well, good for you.
The way she's always staring at me is unsettling. Is it a simmering anger? Reluctant curiosity? I don't know. But if I knew it was good for me, I wouldn't care. I whistle for Pup. He bounces over and in a moment of impossible patience sits at my feet. Sorry, I had to yawn real quick. He looks up at me, his sad brown eyes connecting with mine as he licks his chops. Now there's a stare I can care about. I tear off a piece of my leftover pancake and toss it at him. Springing from his hind legs, he leaps into the air to snatch it. It bounces off his nose, and instead of any amazing acrobatic display, he twirls his circles until he finds it on the ground. Bravo. Across the table, Zion stares, pouting.
It's just a treat. It's not gonna kill him.
The group of voices from earlier echoes back outside, rowdier and louder than before. They're a ways away, but I can still pick up on the occasional gratuitous curse or obnoxious laugh. Drunk already, kids? Of course, who am I to judge? A couple more months of this job and I'll be investing in a flask to give my morning coffee the extra kick it needs. Ranger Smith may actually end up being my life model. Praise be to Smith. I need to get myself a flask, and then I'll just like fill my flask with like water or something. And so when I'm in a conversation with somebody, I'll just like pop open the flask and take a sip of it to express dominance over them. There's so many eyes the window.
Friends of yours?
No. God, no.
I scoff, but it comes off sounding more like a hiss.
A day on the job where I don't have to deal with those hellspawn tracking their carbon footprint in here is a day well spent.
That's what I thought.
She chuckles to herself. It reminds me of how snide some of my college professors were. Their latte in their hand and their head up their ass. She swipes away a strand of sweat that drips down her cheek. Go get him. Go get him, Eve. Go get the shotgun.
And what, pray tell, did you think this time?
That I was wrong about you.
We got a Dishonored flask. Interesting. Never really got into Dishonored. I own both the Dishonored games, so I couldn't really play them for very long. Maybe I'll try again in 10 years. I devote myself to Pup, picking off more pieces of the pancake to give to him. Whatever I can do to make it look like I'm not paying attention to her, but always making sure to keep her within the corner of my eye.
Last night, I could have sworn I saw some conflict swimming around in those dead eyes of yours. Sniffling in the corner, crying about just how tired you were.
Unzipping her jacket all the way, she starts to fan herself. But it's that slight breeze that slight breeze and cool down my simmering blood. It's like she's trying to roast me until I burn. What gives her the right to pry? to poke at me until I spill my guts. I'm not here to be judged.
The only conflict last night was you three. Of course I'd be tired. Why do you care?
Because I'm tired, too. Tired of you people prioritizing that ranger image, so people don't realize you're actually hired thugs.
But I feel like, Yosemite, it would be worse for the parks if you didn't have the rangers there in the first place. That's at least how I feel. So for your sake, as some sort of weird forest spirit, the rangers are to your benefit.
You're just one branch on a tree that doesn't even care about you. A bureaucratic arm I'd rather see cut off than fester. You're not here to educate. You're not here to preserve. Not unless preservation looks like a permit. No. You're here to protect the bottom line. To shake people down when they just want to get away from the hell you've created. To make sure there's enough resources intact to vacuum money up when your masters come calling. I've seen your type before. You don't care. Putting on that dumb hat just makes you think you do.
You're wrong. I was different. I actually did care, right? There was never any glory in this. It's a slow descent into misery. Unless that's where glory is at. Pride for being glorified security guard that doubles as a gender, cleaning up the messes, the only people lower on the totem than me. Because the only thing that separates them from me is what? Me caring enough to be miserable for it? But of course, if I'm miserable, that means...
You're right. Maybe I don't.
Bend over and pat Pup's head. He paws at my leg for more, but I stand up.
Maybe caring got too hard. Maybe it wasn't worth the pain it caused.
I take several steps, stopping at her chair.
There is one thing I care about, though.
Sweat runs down Yosemite's cheeks in streams. She pants heavy breaths, her chest heaving in and out.
Getting you the hell out of here. I'm radioing this in.
That's right, Eve. Do what you have to do. What you should have done all along. I don't think that's the best of you. Why is Yosemite so sweaty? Is what I want to know. One day you're gonna have to deal with her in bed. You guys are gonna have to have like an air conditioner on all the time, but... And, I mean, you got all the blankets, I guess, Eve, which is good for you, you know? I start for the fossilized radio on the desk, but Yosemite shoots out of her chair. Zion cowers back.
Go ahead. Do it. Prove to me you're just another...
Voice dissolves into breathy air. There's a solid thump. When I turn around, she's sprawled out on the floor.
Yosemite!
Before I can even connect the dots, Zion and Yellowstone are already at her side on their knees. Yellowstone grabs a stack of paper from the table and fans her. Zion squeezes her hand. I race back over and bend a knee. Heat radiates from her skin like an oven. I press my hand against her forehead. As soon as I touch her skin, my hand burns. I yelp and pull away. It feels like I touched a skillet and the burn seared through a layer of skin.
A fever?
Zion SMHs her head.
A fire.
Oh. No, you're right. There's a forest fire. You're right. Yosemite opens her eyes, glossy and unfocused. Her breath pumps in and out as she fights to get up.
Don't move. You'll make it worse.
It's... close.
She lets out a pain groan. A small hole burns through her jacket sleeve, orange embers crisping around the edges. It sizzles like a cigarette being snuffed out. Like a cigarette.
Oh no.
Didn't I just say earlier the cigarette line from Class of 09? Oh, those motherfuckers. Swing open the door as I rush onto the porch. The faint smell of smoke tickles my nose. Maybe just a campfire?
Not good.
Popping back into the cabin, I snatch my hat and pull it over my head. Yellowstone glances back and forth in compulsive panic, mumbling words to comfort Yosemite. Zion sniffs back a few tears and looks to me with wavering calmness. Her tiny voice cracks a little.
How far is it?
I don't answer. The familiar smoky smell, harsher than a chimney, drifts into the cabin. Only you can prevent forest fires, kids. What was that cough for? You know what that cough was for. I'm not sure what's going on, and I'm not sure how they know what's going on. But after these last 12 hours, I'm not taking any risks.
Get her to the couch. And whatever you do, stay here.
But Eve, we can...
I run outside, slamming the door before Yellowstone can finish. It sounded like she finished, alright. Ooh. Well, that's a groove. That's a hell of a groove there. Gonna grab your shotgun? As I sprint down the path, swatting away the branches and leaves, my eyes start to burn like they've been open for too long. But no matter how many times I blink, that poking sting doesn't go away. A crowd of voices yell up ahead, all shouting over each other and all scared.
Put it out! Put it out!
Dumbass Camper 3.
I'm doing what I can. Now stay back and quit crying.
That's Joseph's voice actor.
What do we tell you, man? You just had to be the rugged mountain man.
You just had to be the rugged mountain man.
He gets it. He didn't do it on purpose.
I finally tear my way through a small clearing circled by trees, just big enough space for morons to cause trouble. A patch of blazing red dances on the top of a pile of twigs beneath the tree. The fire branches out on both sides like a trail of dynamite, splitting into a short V. The trunk of a tree is blackened with soot. A group of familiar campers, I only recognize them by their jackets, stalk by the knee-high flames, all their faces twisted in fear. The one I talked to last night swats his green jacket over it, like that's gonna make any difference now.
What the hell is going on here?
Most of their faces go sheet white, and for a moment they forget about the fire. The kid with the green jacket keeps swatting at the ground, yet whenever he lifts it back up, the flames climb that much higher.
You! 3 seconds to tell me what happened.
I point at him, and this time he manages to pull himself away. He turns to me, his eyes red and watery from the smoke.
We were...
1,
I thought I put it out.
2,
I didn't mean to.
Get
3.
out of the way, before your jacket catches.
March over and shove him into his friends. He doesn't resist, stumbling into their arms like a limp scarecrow.
All of you, get away from here. Back to the campground.
They watched me with wide, vacant stares. If I were a truck driver, I'd mow them down by now.
Move it!
All except one nodded, start tripping their way through the woods. The kid with the green jacket stares at the growing fire, his knees quivering. His little girlfriend glances back up and cups her hands over her mouth.
Come on! Let her take care of it!
He shakes himself out of it, then wipes his eyes as he runs off into the woods. My attention turns to the fire. Stomping on it would just submerge me waist deep in the blaze. The base of the tree trunk ignites, and then embers float down onto the scattered path of twigs that make lines for the surrounding trees. I dig my boot into the ground and kick clouds of dirt onto it. Specks of ember are snuffed out, but the fire remains just as tall. Ad playing, so I'm gonna take a quick drink while the ad plays. Where did you get honey bun from, man? Why? I know what you got it from, actually. Have your in case of fire dirt now. Good idea. Never mind, I know what you got honey bun from. Unstrapping. Ooh, my walkie-talkie. Oh, from my waist, I press the comm button and speak into it. Though, to whoever's listening in, it probably sounds more like an anxiety attack.
To Illuminae Station, this is Ranger Adams. We have a situation behind the cabin post. 1070, I repeat, 1070. Get dispatched to send out a fire unit.
I think you added an extra A in there. A broken voice crackles through the static. Oh, maybe it is. Double A Adams.
To Illuminate Station, do you read me? To Illuminate Station!
I look around and realize just how caged in by these trees I am. No wonder the signal is so jumbled. I didn't notice a fire extinguisher at the cabin, and the station feels less than a mile. The station is less than a mile away. If I ran, I could warn them, but with how quickly this thing is getting out of control. I scan the clearing. Snow is still on the ground, half melted and tossed around in random splotches. It's not a lot, but it could work. I scrape up as much snow as I could sandwich together. Lots of black dirt stained with white. It feels like dry ice in my hands. I toss it over the fire. Most of the snow melts in an instant, but a section of the fire is extinguished along with it. For a brief second, relief washes over me, but just as fast it's ripped away. The fire flares up, engulfing more of the tree. I winces at the heat, kisses my skin, the flames inching closer. A forest fire on the first day! Wonderful. Taking 3 nervous steps back, I glance over my shoulder. If running to the station is the only way, I guess I have no choice. My legs bend, and I take my first giant step. But before I do take another, a shrill voice breaks through the woods.
Eve!
Yellowstone launches past the trees into the clearing. Branches and leaves cling to her clothes. She skids to a stop, her eyes looking onto the fire.
Okay, so that's happening.
What are you doing here?
Eve! There you are!
Offers a stiff salute.
We're here to help!
Yeah, blast him with your big geyser. Her voice is muted, buried under the crackling of the fire.
We?
Yeah, give her a geyser shot for us. Descending from above the trees, Zion flaps her wings as she glides down to me, stopping to meet me face to face.
You can't do this alone!
I told you to stay at the cabin!
Miss Eve, if this doesn't get put out soon, there won't be a cabin!
The usual meek voice rings with mature clarity. Like an untamed weed, the flames shoot up taller. Branches look like candle wicks. Smaller flames snake to the surrounding trees, lighting the very soil aflame. I hate to bring non-park personnel into this, but she has a point.
Fine, but as soon as things start looking hairy, I want you to get out of here.
They give hurried nods. Good enough for me. Bratz girls are deputized.
Gather up as much snow as you can and dump it on the fire. Dirt works too, but don't give the fire any extra fuel.
Ma'am, yes ma'am!
We all scramble to work. Yellowstone and I search for scattered piles of snow. I scrape them up by the armload and drop them onto the fire. The snow evaporates before our eyes. Zion flutters up to the peaks of the trees, shaking any branches that are still coated white. The snow crumbles away, smothering large portions of the flames. It sounds like sizzling bacon. But as helpful as Zion's effort is, it only puts out the connecting trails of the fire. The second tree cracks as flames spread across the bark, then the next tree. The smoke is harsh and oppressive, flying right into the back of my nose and filling my lungs with buckets of burning air. Squinting is the only way to see through the pain. I expect my eyes to shrivel up in their sockets. Through a fit of pain coughs, I call out to Yellowstone and Zion. I'm hoping the 2 blurry watercolors in front of me are them.
No good. We need to get out. ASAP!
Wait! I have an idea!
Save it. If we stay here, we're toast.
Blur that I'm pretty sure Zion ignores me, turning to the Yellowstone blur instead.
Yellowstone, you know I love you lots, right? Course I do! Love you lots too! But the fire! I know! Which is why I'm really super sorry for what I'm about to do. Please don't hate me. Huh? How could I ever hate my Earth Inc?
Oh god. Zion raises up her tiny leg and stomps down on Yellowstone's foot. The snapping of branches and crackling fires isn't enough to disguise the crunching I hear as Zion digs her heel into Yellowstone's toes. There's a broken whine. The pain is delayed.
Why?
The high-pitched whine cranks up in frequency, growing as sharp and piercing as a fire alarm. A few snips and it dissolves into bawling, shrieking straight into my eardrums. That was so protracted. It could have been a fucking Dark Souls game. Just how like long that scream was. Like the fucking guy in the DLC that yells about Bale. I go from shielding my eyes from the smoke to covering my ears to drown out the crying. The green rattling shriek pierces my skull. Water bubbles from the opening in Yellowstone's head, boiling like a pot on the stove. With the explosive powers of a gunshot, a geyser of water shoots into her head, spraying into the air.
Whoa, 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 what?
Good. You're doing great. Just keep crying. Oh, try.
Yellowstone keeps the long-form sobbing going. Water sprinkles down on me, cooling me off in the midst of the hellish heat. Wait, that's it.
I hear you loud and clear, kid.
I shoot Cyan a thumbs up. I have to give it to her. This is a smarter plan than anything I could ever come up with.
Yellowstone, aim for the fire.
Okay.
Sobbing like a child lost in the supermarket, Yellowstone obeys, bowing her head and blasting the geyser at the burning trees. Cyan latches onto Yellowstone's waist, guiding the rush of water into the flames. Reminds me of a fighter fire aiming a fire hose. The swaying of red and orange shrinks as the water splashes down on it. Bit by bit, the fire dies down. Smoke, lighter than the gray plumes that choked the air only seconds ago, blankets the clearing with a layer of mist. The roaring of flames quiets into the snaps and pops of a campfire, until all I hear are the Yellowstone's hushed whimpers. Her tears and the geyser have dried up. As simple as twisting off a faucet. Look at that slow fade. The three of us hack out our lungs, retreating from the smoke so we can get a better look.
Is it out? Did we get it all?
Yeah, we had to break your foot to get it out, but, you know, sacrifices have to be made. Yellowstone brushes away the remaining streaks of tears.
Looks like it.
I scuff the heel of my dirt against the heel of my boot against the dirt, just in case there are any stray sparks. I thought that Eve was gonna jump in and like try to continue making her cry, like saying like, "And you're a terrible sister. You never do enough." You know, Yosemite's better than you in every way. Like, you know, I thought she was gonna jump in and just start insulting her to keep her crying. Cyan tackles Yellowstone's legs, snuggling her face into her jacket.
I'm so proud of you. You did really good out there. You were so boss. That's how you say it, right?
So, boss.
Gee whiz. You really think so?
Gee whiz. She wraps her arms around Cyan and brings her in for a hug.
You did pretty swell out there, too. That was some quick thinking.
Pretty swell. I crack a smile, and how can I not? We just stopped this whole section of the park from going up in smoke. And these two might be adorable. Still, I can't help but shudder at what would have happened if I weren't here. And it's all because of those punks. Another group of careless campers. If it's not painting on the rocks, it's hunting without a license. If it's not hunting without a license, it's somehow starting a forest fire in the biting cold of early spring. My smile, that small burst of happiness, is short-lived. A glowing sense of duty lights up my guts, as raging as a fire. I start trudging my way out of the clearing.
Miss Eve?
Thanks for the help. But you two need to get back to the cabin.
We gotta go right those suckers up.
Where are you going?
To snuff out another fire. Before it spreads.
The rage stews inside me, building like a pressure cooker. I storm out of the woods. Pups howls yelp out from the cabin as I pass it. This was written after the age of pressure cooker bombs, right? Of course this would happen. Of course it will. How could Jesse think things would actually get better here? Why would I even humor that optimist junk? I completely forgot about Jesse. About, trying to figure out where Sid is. After all this time, I should know better. I should know how these people operate. I should know that every thoughtless bastard tells themselves they aren't the problem, and that one slip-up won't hurt anything. How the old men grumble about permits and feel entitled enough to throw their empty cans of beer into the lake because a sliver of their six figures are tossed to us, like tossing leftovers to dogs. It's not enough that I'm beholden to the greed and laziness of bureaucrats and their drooling masses. This land has to be too. In a way, she believes the same thing that Yosemite does, really, which is that, like, they both believe that the land's been corrupted by the people who are here, and how, like, well, government influence, tourism, and, like, people's general apathy about the land here. But they both think that, and they both hate it. It's just that Yosemite also lumps her into the problem too, and she's actually one of the people that's like just as aware as she is about that, and doesn't want it, you know. But really, they're on the same side here. Its vivid lushness airbrushed with greens and yellows, and on those dewy autumn mornings, the brown and orange of harvest. The salt and pepper mountain tops with their rushing waterfalls. From the impenetrable Rockies to the harsh beauty of the Badlands, the sparkling shores of the Pacific and Atlantic. It's just another resource to exploit, to profit off of, to enjoy and abandon. If that's how it's going to be, if that's the world we've built, let me be the first to try and knock it down. When I get to the camp, the Brat Pack is huddled in front of the tent. It shakes and blows in the wind, held down by only stakes driven into the ground. They speak in anxious whispers, unaware of my presence. The kid in the green jacket puffs away a cigarette, combing his fingers through his messy hair. His girlfriend's the first to see me charging over. She mumbles his name, but by the time he notices me, I'm already up in his dumb face. I nab him by the collar and yank him from the safety of his group. I twist his balls and shirt so my knuckles press against his neck.
I've met a lot of idiots on this job, but you must be a real protege.
Like the splitting of the Red Sea, his friends clear the path around him.
Whoa! Take it easy, lady!
This is assault! Oh my god, do you know how unethical this is?
Yeah, almost as bad as arson. Wanna report it?
That shuts her up. I'm not going to lose any sleep because I dangled my slice of authority over these idiots. Not now.
What was rattling in that skull of yours, huh? You a firebug? This what gets you off? Or are you just stupid?
This moron, with his ironed-out, wrinkleless brain, can only find it in himself to stutter, as he shakes a pack of cigarettes bounce around his breast pocket.
That's what I thought.
I took him closer. He swallows, his Adam's apple brushing against my fist.
Listen here, you little shit.
Listen here, you little shit. She is so full of memes, man. They know their audience. Finally, he breaks out of his catatonic state and struggles to pull away. This just pisses me off more. I snatch the lit cigarette from his mouth and crumple it up in my hand.
I've said listen!
The cigarette singes my palm. I hardly feel it thanks to the adrenaline. Maybe this is what finally puts the fear of me into him, because he gasps, audibly, The last of the smoke wisped out of his mouth.
Do you know how sick I am of this? How often I have to sit by and watch people like you destroy good things? Does it even register? Is it some kind of game?
My throat clenches, my eyes sting with tears. I blink it away, but my unclouded vision only shows my fist clenching his shirt. There's an awkward silence as his friends glance away. Even he starts to wince, but I only grip tighter.
What gives you the right to burn the last few pieces of dignity this scarred husk of a rock has left? To raise any proof that we were once humble enough to live and breathe and die with the world we got dropped into? Before we got so tied up with ourselves, we felt the urge to make a distinction.
Damn, that got deep real quick. His eyes swoop above me and linger there.
Answer me! Tell me I'm not just a bandage for your arrogance!
I was just trying to start a campfire with a cigarette, okay?
A bird caws. For a moment, all I hear is the wind. Tears fall absent-mindedly from my cheeks. A campfire with a cigarette. 4 years pent up of anger, forgotten passion, frustration, and confusion all comes rocketing out of me as I swing my fist at his face. My hand grips my arm before I can connect.
That's enough, Eve.
I spin around, seething with fury. Yosemite stares down at me, a little worse for wear, but tall and straight like a sequoia. I don't think she's straight. She towers over the campers. They look like shrubs in comparison.
You've already chewed them out. They were just about to leave anyway.
Her voice is stern and certain. She scans the group for campers, her steely gaze punctuated by the residue of sweat that sticks to her cheeks. They each give an affirming nod. The kid in the green jacket wiggles out of my death grip, and a whole lot of them scramble further into the camp.
Why the hell would you do that? They're just going to call...
Why am I thinking about the Hatsune Miku? It's time to depth grip my bloodshot semi-chub. Oh, time to jackhammer death grip my bloodshot semi-chub. I need to watch that video again. It's terrible. She envelops her arms around me, then pulls me in for a hug. My hat blows off.
Thank you. I needed to hear that.
What?
Being no bad girl. Get this cute moment. I'm ruining this cute moment with Kumar Hatsune Miku. Her voice a whisper that caresses my ear.
You've done enough. At least for today.
I've done enough. Hear that and go limp. Over her shoulder in the thick of the woods, I can see the cabin, nestled under the pines like a forgotten paradise. The citrus smell of lemongrass grass sticks to Yosemite's jacket. Her skin will no longer feverish, is warm like an embrace from the jacket. A blanket. I thought I said jacket. I thought okay. But Yosemite heard the whole thing, and it's once again clear that yeah, they believe the same thing, and Yosemite just had to hear that and go through that experience to really understand that Eve does mean what she says. Like, Eve really does mean it, and they want the same thing. And I mean, she can probably tell that Eve has been an emotional nightmare since she got here, right? You hit me on the head with that little cat cry emote. She's been an emotional nightmare since she's been here. And so... And Yosemite's been trying to help in small ways, but was pushed off. And now, like... Now she's got a reason to try again. The image of the cabin blurs as my breath shakes. And for the first time in maybe 4 years, the tears aren't angry or frustrated or confused. Only sad. I can finally let them be sad.
I just wanted to protect what I love.
Yosemite gasps, as if her breath has been sucked away. She pushes my head down, pressing it against her shoulder as she strokes my hair. I cry into her jacket, the tears dampening the hide and leather. She also kind of saved Yosemite, because Yosemite was going virtually catatonic there on us.
You're a fool.
She chuckles, and I can hear the soft grin in her voice.
But maybe we need more fools.
Tears keep coming, so much I think I might choke on them. With each breath I draw, every sob I take, every breath you take, my throat gets tighter. Maybe it's trying to wring it out all after all this time. To be commended like that means more to me than approval or a pat on the back from Jessie. It's validation. It's acknowledgement. That even if what I'm doing is meaningless, I've still devoted myself to it and suffered. And maybe that suffering isn't entirely worthless after all. And as Yosemite holds me, while the wind howls through the branches and the lands whistle above us, I start to think maybe it's worth it. To hold on and suffer. For just a bit longer. Tree Hugger get validated by Yosemite. Oh my god, that's the name of the achievement.
Just listening to all that gives me a headache. How on earth did you find so much trouble on your first day?
Jessie's voice pops with static over the headphones. I turn from the radio and back to the girls. Yosemite dusts the corners, inspecting for even the tiniest speck. Zion rubs Pup's pink potbelly in front of the roaring fireplace. Yosemite jots down notes on whatever scrap piece of paper she can find on a table littered with them.
I guess I just have a penchant for it.
But still, to just stumble on a fire like that.
She says it with a phony curiosity that seesaws with a genuine concern. She suspects something was trying to goad it out of me. As sly as ever, Jessie.
Well, in any case, I'm just happy you're safe. We got awfully lucky with this one.
With all this wind, you better believe we did. It could have been an even bigger pain in the neck.
She doesn't believe that Eve set the fire, does she? I mean, she seems to have some sort of suspicion that about how Eve got to the fire quickly, but she wouldn't believe that Eve started the fire, but maybe she was thinking like maybe Eve was like involved in it somehow, or had a preconceived notion that it was going to happen and didn't act on it.
A pain in the neck is still a pain in the neck, Eve. It's still going to be sore when you're hunched over all that paperwork.
The first few sentences are so layered with subtext, I'm not sure where my exhaustion for having to write it ends, and Jessie's lament for having to read it begins.
Yeah, I'll see if I can get around to that.
You'll have it for me the next time I visit. Maybe if you're nice to them, someone at the other station will transcribe it for you.
Sunshine beams through her sadistic voice. I can feel the hand cramps already.
But Eve?
The mood turns serious.
Are you sure there isn't anything you want to tell me?
Not a thing.
Okay then.
Or maybe it's because she's already heard the stories that have gone on in this cabin. And it's surprising to her that she hasn't been assaulted by forest spirits yet. Or at least hasn't told her that she's been assaulted by forest spirits. She moves on from it though. She moves on from it, though I'm not entirely sure she's convinced.
In that case, I'll talk to you tomorrow. And the day after that.
You really don't have to.
Oh, but I want to.
Over and out, Jessie.
She giggles.
Over and out, Eve. Ernie, get your grubby hands off my trail mix!
My God. Fuck Ernie. Am I right? The radio cuts out into static, leaving my ruptured eardrums to recover on their own. I set the headphones aside and turned to see everyone but Yosemite looking at me.
I knew it all along. You're just a soft serve softie.
Soft serve softy.
With the cherry on top.
With a cherry on top. Oh my god. Yosemite flips the paper over and scoffs.
The pitted kind, maybe. Careful. If you bite down, she'll crack your teeth.
Oh, you'd like to bite down, wouldn't you? Oh, look at this. We get another special scene. I join her at the table and collapse into my chair.
Zip it. Or next time I'll actually let you burst into flames.
It was just a fever. I would have been fine. If eventually.
Like that makes any sense. What if there's an actual campfire, or lightning strikes a tree? What happens then, huh?
What did I tell you about linear thinking? If this truce is going to continue, you're going to need to expand to the abstract.
Your existence is plenty enough abstract for me already.
God, I'm abstract too, man. I need to stretch for a second. Okay. Yosemite paused over her work. She looks up and smirks. I smirk back. Who knows? It might be fun to have someone around to spar with. At the very least, she's more engaging than any camper I've ever torn apart. This girl bites back. Oh my god. This has double meaning. Jesus Christ.
Alright, everyone, listen up.
Yellowstone and Zion stiffen to attention. Pup rolls over onto his pet butt.
If you're bunking here, I want this place to stay immaculate. Last thing I want to deal with after clocking out is a pigsty.
Exactly, Ro. Exactly.
Yellowstone will handle it.
She can start cooking for one more, too. That's so mean, guys. How can you just sell me up the river like that?
Sell me up the river.
Oh, that reminds me. What are you going to do with those campers, Miss Eve? Flip their lids? Make them apologize? And take them out back?
Take them out back? That's what I was suggesting, though. Get the shotgun. We need to get rid of these dumbasses.
Have them pinky swear not to do it again?
None of the above. I'm letting them off the hook. If I'm lucky, they'll get picked off by a killer in the
Jesus
woods.
Christ.
Otherwise, everybody gets one free pass.
Now that is some Nicole dialogue. If they're lucky, they'll get picked off by a camper in the wood, a killer in the woods. That's some Nicole dialogue for you right there. Both look shocked, and after glancing at each other, they shrug. Pups trots over and curls up at my feet.
Now that's funny.
What is it this time?
For someone who doesn't care, you sure put a lot of energy into it.
Oh, this is auto-rolling. Episode 1! Oh! Turn this shit up, holy shit. Director Sion. Yeah, I thought this was a little bit different than Josh's work. Also, I love this. Hold on, let me listen to this for a second, everybody. Oh, it just really stepped up. Sarah Mancuso. Yeah, I was thinking this was really a little more different than Josh's work, and it looks like Sion is the writer primarily. Probably scenario writer is him. Rachel Messer for Yosemite. I feel like I recognize that name, don't I? I feel like I do. Rachel Messer. Let me look that one up. Rachel Messer. IMDb. What did you do? Goblin Slayer. I've never seen Goblin Slayer. Yandere Simulator. She's in Yandere Simulator. Work of fiction. Oh, okay. We're not associated with the National Park Service. Borderlands 3. National Park Girls. See, she has anything else that I recognize here? Oh my god. Warframe.
Howdy,
One
y'all
Piece.
campers! And welcome to me and Zion's first fireside chat!
Oh my god, what is this? Oh my god. So we get like an after episode cheapy wrap up here? Holy shit. Oh, this is a jam. I like this. Yeah, so I could tell that this felt different than the writing in Highway Blossoms. It felt different than Ruby Chibi. It felt different than Please Be Happy a little bit. And it seems like Scion is the main scenario writer for this. So it's interesting. Like Scion was also the co-writer for Highway Blossoms. And we can see some similarities between this and Highway Blossoms for sure. So yeah, hats off to Zion. Or to Scion here. Scion did a good job with this one so far. And the music is great. It's very thematic. It's really on point. And then this is very unique. Holy shit.
Hello, it's very nice to be here. Today we're gonna do our gal Eve proud and talk about the history of the National Park Service.
What Nickelodeon show have I gotten myself into here?
Before Yosemite finds out we took her books. I hope.
Okay, hold on. I need to look up the voice acting for National Park Girls here. But again, Yosemite's voice actor is in Yandere Simulator. So alright, where is National Park Girls? Here. I scrolled Magical Girls Special Ops Asuka here. Oh my god. Okay. National Park Girls. Writer Scion Santeria. Lisa Raymond is the voice actor of Zion here. She's also in Twofold. Twofold is what we're going to be playing next, probably. Let's see what else she's in. National Park Girls, Heart of the Woods. She's one of the fairies in Heart of the Woods. And she's Tess. Yeah, it is Tess. Zion is... Yeah, Zion's Tess. So Zion is Tess and, Anon, I think, in Heart of the Woods. I thought so. I said that she sounded similar here. But she really sounds similar now. She's in Nikkei. I'll have to ask Philia about that one. Delicious in Dungeon. Didn't you guys want me to watch Delicious in Dungeon as well? Or was it something else that you guys wanted me to watch? What character? Fallon and Mick Bell in the English version of Delicious and Dungeon. What's on the list? Yeah. Dun, 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 dun. Fire Emblem Engage. Interesting. Nothing else I really recognize here. Fire Emblem Heroes, but that's kinda... It's like a fighting game.
Aw, don't be square, cutie. We got this.
Don't be square.
It all started back in the 10th century when Leif Erikson... That's a little too far back, Yellowstone.
Yeah, she sounds very Tess in this scene.
Oh, Columbus and his pilgrims, then. I don't think that's quite right, either. It's a good guess, though.
She voices Eitri and Fram in Fire Emblem Heroes. That's who Tess voices in those two games. Apparently. Thonk. It's like Eitri and Fram. And apparently she also voices Charlie and Caprice shift in Twofold, which Twofold is going to be coming up next in our Studio Elon stuff here. I guess it's a series, but I'm just playing through them like I'm playing through the Final Fantasy games.
The National Park Service actually has its roots in the years following the founding of the United States. In 1790, after getting permission from Congress, President George Washington obtained land near the Potomac River to build a new capital city. This city was named Washington, D.C., and the plan was for it to have a lot of really pretty parks and monuments.
Like the Lincoln Memorial?
A little too soon. But you're on the right track!
Yeah, George Washington built the Lincoln Memorial, clearly.
These places were called the National Capital Parks, and they laid really important groundwork.
Whoa, so the Park Service is old as dirt, huh?
Same.
Not really. There's still a ways to go before the actual Park Service. What happened? I thought you read the book.
I did, but without pictures, all those words just make me so drowsy.
Oh. Well, I guess I can explain.
Yes.
If that's okay.
Yes, give me the history of the National Park Service here, so that later I can flex it. Okay, it started in 1790 with the founding of Washington, D.C.
Knock our socks off!
He then created the MPC.
I'll try! For a long time,
Or
most
NCP.
parks were run by different groups. No one really thought about preserving land until people started looking to settle in the West.
I remember what happens now. A whole bunch of hippies got misty-eyed and started thinking about how they could keep the land from getting stomped on.
One of whom was...
George...
Yeah?
George.
Harrison?
No...
Kathleen! George Kathleen. Phew.
Yay! Good job, Yellowstone.
George Cat.
George Catlin was an artist and writer. He lived with Native Americans and was one of the first outside of their tribes to paint Plains Indians in their day-to-day lives.
Oh, interesting.
While he was kicking back in South Dakota, he realized we'd be in a lot of trouble unless humans put their heads together.
Not unless... By some great protecting policy of government in a magnificent park, a nation's park containing man and beast, in all the wildness and freshness of their nature's beauty.
Amazingly done, you two. So, it was because he foresaw that the Native Americans and generally American people as a whole would lose. Well, society might fail if they lost that nature, right? If they lost all these parks, or at least their appreciation of nature would disintegrate. So he proposed that they create a wilderness preservation.
We're almost in my favorite part!
It's my favorite part too, because in 1861, the United States Congress appointed the geologist Ferdinand Hayden to lead an expedition to the Yellowstone region of Wyoming.
Hey! That's me! That's me!
Jesus Christ.
And he thought you were so pretty that when he came back, he asked Congress to make you a national park.
Aw, he should have gone further south if he wanted to find a real cutie.
That could be taken out of context. Oh my god.
Anyway, it was in 1872 when President Ulysses Grant finally signed a bill that set aside 2.2 million acres of Yellowstone as a public park. So if you think about it, you're the first national park.
Let's give a round of applause for President Grant for doing this.
Jiminy Cricket, I'm old as dirt.
Jiminy Cricket.
The Antiquities Act of 1906 made it possible to protect more areas as parks and monuments, but they were run by different departments. It was confusing. So on August 25th, 1916, the National Park Service was founded.
Okay.
Ah, yes. The best holiday after Arbor and Earth Day.
It would take a while before it got the power it has today.
Wait, August 25th? That's coming up.
Execute Executive Order 6166.
Yay! You remembered again.
Oh my
From
fucking
then
god.
on, everything was under strict control by the Department of the Interior.
Oh my god. The memes in this goddamn visual novel are unstoppable.
And they've been yanking our chain and screwing us over ever since.
Who wants to yank my chain and screw?
You sound like Miss Eve. It's scary.
That's because I heard her grumble something about it earlier. She talks some mean jive, let me tell ya.
Yellowstone, why aren't my books arranged alphabetically?
Woo! Would you look at that? We're all out of time. Catch you next time, campers. And remember to love our parks.
Bye-bye!
Okay, I just got an achievement for finishing that. Oh my god. Crack. Sound whips through the air, but from what? And who? I look around, but I don't remember telling myself to turn my head. Like a trapped observer. In my own body. There are people, crowded around me and gasping. There are trees, too. A whole clearing of them, in fact. A few of them are even lined up in a row. All of them are dripping. Not with sap, not with water, or dew. Not as nature intended. Strips of fresh green paint. It bleeds into the bark. I look at the first tree and then there's a tail. From where I'm standing, it looks like it connects to the next tree in a row. A long serpent-like body painted through it. This goes on for so long. For too long. Each tree dripping paint down to the soil, entombing its roots. Then finally, at the last tree, there's the head of a dragon. He's wearing a baseball cap and smoking a blunt. I know it's a blunt because the smoke is a lighter shade of green. Smoke that surrounds me. Smoke that becomes fog.
Eve! What are you doing?
It's Jessie. A voice springs out of the fog. I recognize it. Her. Jessie. Why does she sound scared? Why does she sound shocked? Why does she sound furious?
Teaching him a lesson!
Oh, it's a flashback to that. Did I? Is that what I did? What did I do? On the ground there's a man withering on the dirt, sobbing into a patch of grass. He's covering his mouth, his nose. Blood seeps through his fingers. Blood seeps onto the dirt.
You bitch! What the hell? You broke my jaw! You broke my jaw!
His voice is muffled. The words tumble out in a panic.
Yeah? Well, your fucking neck is next! Don't you take another step!
I can't believe we just shifted in tone from the chibi art Nickelodeon show to this. My hand, I assume it's my hand, is balled into a fist. Blood speckles his knuckles. I open up and stare at my palm. So what was the crack?
Oh god! It hurts! This is assault, you whore! I'll press charges! Sue you and this entire park!
Oh. Crack was the sound his face made. It made. When my fist hit it.
How about I work those charges up to murder, then?
He reels back, raising his hands to shield himself. The green paint staining his hands begins to mix with the blood. Jesus Christ. I start to stomp over to him. Stomp. Stomp. Stop. Stop.
Stop! You've gone too far this time, Eve! Not far enough. Not until he's learned some respect!
Stop. Jessie tackles me from behind, restraining me with a full Nelson.
Get off of me!
Please, stop.
All you're doing is incriminating yourself. Now stand down!
No! I don't care anymore!
I elbow Jessie in her gut, struggling to break free, but her grip is like a locked chain. Someone stop her.
This is an order, Adams!
Somebody stop me.
Eve!
Stop.
Eve!
Stop.
Eve!
I shoot up on the bed. Sweat sticks to my pajamas. Breath trickles into my suffocated lungs. I gasp desperately for air. A pair of arms wrap around my chest like a constrictive rope. With a few grunts, I wiggle onto my side. My cheek rolls into a shallow pool of jewels. I'm confronted with Yellowstone's murmuring face and buffalo print pajamas.
Administration is gonna flip. Yeah. Fries and malt.
Oh, fuck me, silly. I want fries and malts. Are you fucking me? Oh, come on. I need a milkshake. Snuggling up to me, she squeezes me tighter. I think I prefer Jessie putting me in a submission hold. I should put in a request for a door. Yellowstone gives an unconscious grunt, then snores into the fabric of my shirt. What, you want to be in a submission hold, Ralph? Scratch that. I should pin in a request for a door with a lock. I fell back onto my pillow. The faded morning light glitters through the window, anchoring me to the present, where my worst mistakes are behind me. Just over my shoulder, but still behind me. The mini volcano protruding from Yellowstone's head puffs out light dots of smoke, matching the rhythm of her breath. I follow the smoke until it dissipates into a padded ceiling. From there, I count the wooden beams that run across it. Well, Ralph, if you really want to be in a submission hold, it sounds like all you have to do is threaten murder and then beat the shit out of somebody. There are some nightmares we relive every day.
That's it. I'm switching to decaf before bed.
Got an achievement for getting cuddled by a volcano. In association with Sekai Project. Oh, is this the start of episode 2 here? Yeah, okay, so I guess this is the start of episode 2. Halfway there. Did you threaten somebody? Ralph, am I gonna have to write you up for this one? Doug, please don't threaten any of my, anyone in my chat with murder. But you can threaten them with submission hold, that's fine. Or you can threaten to clap them in irons, they all like that. Amazing. I somehow managed to look mildly more dead inside than I usually do. I poke at the resting crow's feet that have nestled in deep bags beneath my eyes. There's a brief lightning strike of panic. A moment where the blades of mortality slap me across the face. But it subsides, and I swallow most of my emotion with a yawn. Close one. No one I know. You're scaring me, Ralph. The police are gonna be at your door, my guy. I'm just tired. But at least I'm not exhausted. Not today, and not even yesterday, in fact. I slip on my uniform and button my shirt. My badge is pinned to my chest, crooked and clean like a wrinkle. Crooked and clinging to the wrinkled fabric. It might distinguish my authority as a ranger, but in the end it's just a hunk of metal. People generally get the message once they see the hat and khakis. Take a drink. I do tongue twisters before I start stream, too. Crooked and cling to the wrinkled fabric. Crooked and cling to the wrinkled fabric. Let me take a drink real quick. A little water to reset my tongue.
Don't forget about the dishes, Yellowstone.
Why do you sound so much louder right now?
I'll hop right on it. Yellowstone! Is my oatmeal ready yet? I hope it has raisins. I like those. All the raisins you want, cutie. Just need a sec.
Yellowstone zips across the cabin, a stack of dishes teetering on her head as she bends to grab the trash and loose clothes. Hunched over the table, Yosemite flips a page in whatever tome she's reading today, her fist glued to her chin. A castle of stacked mugs skirting to her elbow. Zion sits cross-crisp applesauce on the floor, stroking Pup's coarse fur, his bony frame curled up on his brand-new doggy bed. What's that bottom fingers in there for? Oh, for resetting my tongue? Or coyote bed, I guess. I step out of my corner of the cabin right as Yellowstone comes charging past the divider curtains. Our foreheads crack together, skin and stone colliding. A rough edge of her volcano scrapes against my forehead. I stumble back. My hands jerk up to soothe the pain, but a leaning tower of dishes slides towards me. Before they shatter before my very eyes, I push against them. Yellowstone's head jolts up to balance the plates. One sticks out like a Jenga piece, otherwise, no damage. I breathe out a sigh of relief.
Holy smokes! I'm so sorry! I was gearing up for laundry and I wasn't thinking and...
It's like my reaction to getting holy in FF8. Holy smokes.
Yellowstone.
I grip her shoulders and cut off her babbling.
It's okay. I'm only slightly irritated.
Her skin is pale enough to make me think her soul has been sucked from her body. No, that's Lana in about 20 minutes. That's not Yellowstone. But, you know, I can understand why you'd make that, you know, little mistake there.
Nuh-uh, no
forgive
way.
you.
I goofed. What if you got cut? Then Yosemite would yell at me and I'd need to scrub the blood off before it stains and oh no. Coffee.
Panic pumps the color back into her.
Oh jeez. Not good. Not good.
She curls her hand to a fist and swats her volcano. Dishes wobble over.
Stupid, stupid, stupid!
Don't start crying. We don't want to blast those dishes off. And
Why
over.
do I keep screwing things up?
No. Somebody comfort her, please. And over.
This is not Hippy Skippy!
English. Now.
I forgot to make your coffee, Eve.
This is almost too exhausting for me to deal with. I might even laugh if it didn't look like her heart was about to swan dive out of her chest.
Is that it? Don't get so worked up. I can do it myself.
Hold on, I want to check, who is Yellowstone's voice actor? Jill Harris. Okay, what else is she known for, Gary? Orange, Black Clover. Oh, that's interesting. She's in Black Clover. I've heard of that. She's also in Twofold. My Hero Academia. Oh god, she's got a big list here. Oh, she's Tommy in Please Be Happy. Oh, okay, okay. Yellowstone is Tommy in Please Be Happy. Which I didn't even, like, recognize. Yeah, it's Noelle in Black Clover. I didn't even recognize Kuma Bear. I've at least seen that one. I haven't seen it, but I see it advertised to me all the time. Borderlands 3. What else? What else? See, National Park, Grills, Fairy Tale. I've seen like 4 episodes of Fairy Tale. Tokyo Ghoul. One Piece. This is a hell of a like a list right here. Let's see. There's like 100 here, man. I'm just looking through it. Fire Emblem Heroes as Tina. A lot of them are in Borderlands 3, aren't they? Puzzles and Dragon's Eggs. Oh my god, that sounds like something. More One Piece. Highway Blossoms as Marina! That's what I thought. Okay, so. This is what I thought. I was like, is she Marina? She is. Yellowstone is Marina. And, Zion is Tess. Because they use the same voice actors for, like, every game, apparently. Or at least most games. More One Piece. Yeah, man. Quite the resume that she's got here. Quite the portfolio, that's the word I was looking for. Portfolio. Alright. I have confirmed it.
Really? You're not gonna give me a knuckle sandwich because I'd give me a knuckle sandwich.
You can really hear the marina in here, can't you? But wait, then who is the main character then? Who's Eve? Natalie von Sistine here is Eve. Spy Family. Twofold. Star Rail as oh my god, wait. Oh. Fuck me sideways. Eve is Serval. I'm in love with the villainess. Melia Francois. Wait, but I didn't watch the English version, so I didn't hear Melia Francois in that with her. I watched the Japanese version of I'm in Love with the Villainous. My Hero Academia. Oh my god, this is a hell of a portfolio. Goddess of Victory Nikkei. V Rising. Beatrice and V Rising. Attack on Titan. Final Fantasy VII The First Soldier. Please Be Happy. She is in Please Be Happy. I just don't know what she is in Please Be Happy. Can I get some information on that? It doesn't tell me what she was in Please Be Happy, so she must have been a side character in Please Be Happy. Kuma Bear. Yeah, again. National Park Grills. Fire Emblem Heroes is Candace. Oh my god, all of them are in Fire Emblem Heroes too, and Borderlands 3. And of course the other games. What other ones do we have? Deus Ex, The Fall, I didn't play that. Yeah, interesting. But she's not Amber. That's at least what I can piece out. She didn't sound like Amber to begin with, but interesting. Very interesting. Fire Emblem Heroes has what? Like a lot of characters? Like 50 characters? A lot of, yeah. That's what I would imagine, so they need a lot. But Eve is Serval though, which is big. Because we've at least met Serval, and we like went through most of the Serval arc in Star Rail. So I'll have to listen for the Serval in here. She raised her fist to clonk herself over the head again. If somebody glances up, more interested in polishing off the page she's on than anything around her.
Hey, quit it.
She stuffs her nose back into her book.
And don't forget about the laundry.
Concerned, Zion whips around to look at us. For at least the 12th time this week, I find myself wondering how much a small girl can hold so much panic.
Please don't hurt yourself. It makes me sad.
She hasn't hit herself, but everything else they said must have gotten drowned out. Yellowstone's eyes swim around their sockets, landing on random corners of the room like something's about to leap out and eat her.
You holding up okay?
She doesn't sound very much like Serval, does she? Also, wait. Oh! Eve is Lena. Because Serval is Lena. Yeah, Eve is Lena. That's what it is. Okay. Her eyes flutter, then focus on me. She grins and shoots me a thumbs up. Proof enough for me that she never hopped off her usual non-stop sugar rush.
Yep, just dandy. That's just a little sore from when you shoved me out of bed.
You're sweet. Yeah, she's a murderous park ranger. Well, and she's also a murderous revolutionary. I slot past her, pushing out one last yawn as I start for the kitchen.
Stay out of my bed. I'm not the cuddling type.
Aw, but your bed is so soft and cozy. Just like you, Dollface.
Dollface. Oh my god. Not yet. Yeah, so Eve is Lena. Yellowstone is Marina, which she acts like Marina. Things you'll say to Mina for 1,000. What, doll face? Zion is Tess. And who was Yosemite? Who was Yosemite? Somebody help me. Somebody help me here. Rachel Messer. I looked her up first, right? We looked up Rachel Messer first. What was she in? Either Highway Blossoms or something else. Well, she was in Fairy Tale, and she was in Yandere Simulator. Oh, she's in Heroes of New Earth as well. What was she again? Let's look this up. Maybe I should Control F this. No, let's Control F this. Hi. Please. Nope. Okay, so, but she's in twofold, right? No. Okay. I'm not sure which one I feel first. My eye twitching or my cheeks burning. It's all made worse by Yosemite snickering behind the safety of her book. A coward.
Can it, before I pour coffee in your head.
What's the matter? Big bad ranger gaining a little weight? Does she not have abs of steel?
No, but she has fists of them.
The scariest thing about that threat is how stale it's gotten.
It's like she turned the gain up on her microphone between episodes. You know. I hove towards the sink getting warmer, choosing to fill up the percolator instead. It's not my fault Yellowstone used a stick of butter in all her cooking.
Say, do you care if I rake up all your dirty clothes? It's laundry day.
Laundry? What a novel concept.
Yosemite mumbles loud enough for the point to get across. Yellowstone's smile fades and her gaze droops down.
Go ahead. Knock yourself out.
With pleasure.
She slinks behind the corner. Zion watches intently, observing Yellowstone as she gathers up my clothes. With Zion's attention drawn away and in desperate need of more morning pets, Pup hops out of bed and braves the world. He buries his snout in my legs. I lit up the percolator, fill it with water, and bend over to scratch his ears. He leans in, grunting in ecstasy, his ear flopping up and down like a flag in the wind. If clocking some dumbass in the face gets me a suspension and banished here, then I can only imagine what Jessie will do if she find out I wasn't just feeding Pup but housing him as well. I crank on the stove and pour in the coffee grounds. I gaze out the window, waiting for the coffee to boil. Me and Vina, don't finish that sentence. Across the road and past the field, I spot a butt end of a motorhome big enough for me to know someone is compensating for something. Even when muffled by the wall of trees, their argument carries across the clearing. A man. I can't really hear them that much, so I'll just say that okay, I'll just go back and do their lines for you guys. Christ shin, I'm doing what I can. Clearly you are. Every time I asked, you insisted, Stephen, that there was a hookup. Every time. A woman. I didn't drive 2,000 miles so you can nag me. God, you're just like our mother. Definitely married. It's always my mother with you, isn't it? Well, if I have to shower in one of those germ shacks, you won't have to worry about her ever again. Or me. Those germ shacks are publicly funded miracles, DOI willing. Ungrateful ass. I want you to finish for me a sentence at it. Yeah, that sentence doesn't have subtext, does it?
Just listen to them, Pup.
His ears perk up and his head tilts. I think he's listening to me instead. He looks at me instead.
They'd rather sleep in a tin can than a tent. How do you mess up camping that bad?
A woo. Pup paws at my leg. A desperate plea for pets? Absolutely. But I have a desperate need for validation, so I think this is a reasonable trade-off. Damn. Ain't that the truth?
Idiots. The hookup is at the campground. How much longer do you think it'll be until they decide to dump the septic tank?
I think a better question is how much longer you're going to use your nihilism as a security blanket.
Well, I don't believe Serval is a follower of nihility, but you're close, Yosemite. You're close. That's Acheron, not Serval. I think Serval's quantum, right? That's what her thing is.
Until they're all dead.
I have 7 billion pieces of bad news for you, and you're one of them.
Coffee boils over the spout and dribbles down the percolator. I twist off the stove and bring my boiling pot of sunshine over to the table. When did you get so much more ornery, Yosemite? A day ago, you were hugging her, and now you're back to being a jackass?
Keep patronizing. If a tiny forest fire makes you come down with a fever, I can't wait to find out how bad you smell when Mr. and Mrs. Crisis Counseling decide trash cans are too complicated.
I reach for the dirty mug balancing on top of 5 others. Like I've done 1,000 mornings before, I pour the still simmering coffee.
Just what do you think you're doing?
I tip the percolator back, 3 drips already specking the cup.
Pouring coffee.
Into a dirty cup?
I glance back at the mug. A faint ring of yellow tea residue circles in the middle.
Looks fine to me.
Yosemite's ears flatten.
But I just drank out of it.
It's an indirect kiss. Take it.
I'm not skipping my morning coffee because of your slobber.
I pour the rest of it until it nearly slops over the edge of the cup. Keeping my eyes locked with Yosemite's, I take the first sip. The power move. She's showing her dominance right now.
I can't believe you! You are so gross!
Aren't you the one who uses the same tea bag over and over because you don't want to be wasteful?
Yeah, but that's different.
Yosemite caresses her forehead. A pink glow gradients her cheeks.
What if I get your germs, huh? We can't just go swapping saliva like that, you know.
Not yet.
I think you have your information mixed up.
Yosemite gives a tired sigh. Any hint of embarrassment has been replaced by exhausted certainty.
What are you talking about? Of course I don't. Everyone knows germs are exchanged between both parties whenever body fluids come into contact.
I think the only germ any of us need to worry about catching is your ego.
I wonder if she just feels obligated to know more than everyone else, even when she's wrong. Like being smart is her cross to bear. That's what I was saying earlier. Is that there's an elitism, but the elitism probably comes from a place of needing to be better than others, needing to be the older sister that they look up to, a leader and like and wiser, more knowledgeable. It comes from that. It's not like she just hates people and thinks that she's better than everyone else. It comes from a need to be considered better so that she can be good at her job. Right? But that's why she's elitist about her intelligence. Even if she's a smart aleck and know-it-all, I've come to not like, but appreciate Yosemite. Yeah, that works. I appreciate you.
How long do you plan on letting the breeding pair struggle out there before helping?
The breeding pair? You know, who wants to be a breeding pair?
Until they go away, or my shift starts. Whichever comes first.
He glances at the window. The yelling continues, blending in with the chirps of morning birds.
Isn't teaching these people how to not mess these things up your, I don't know, job?
I rip open 2 packets of sweetener I find beneath Yosemite's research. She gives me a dirty look for digging around her crap, but I just ignore her and pour them in my coffee.
I signed up to protect and preserve. It's not my job to teach these people. Especially when they care so little about the parks, they couldn't even be bothered to do a little research.
Correct me if I'm wrong. And I'm not. But weren't you the one who sent those kids to a fire safety course after that incident a few weeks back?
But I'm not the one teaching that course, am I?
So you're just going to let them keep making mistakes?
Don't make it sound so innocent. It's ignorance, plain and simple. You can't teach people to appreciate the things they have. They either already do or they learn it on their own. If they can't, that person is just defective.
She's right about one thing, is that you can't really teach appreciation. Attempting to teach appreciation just causes hostility and causes people to, like, fight back against the thing that they are being forced to appreciate. It's not her job to make them appreciate, it's her job to punish them if they fuck up and don't abide by the rules. Or it's their job to help out in a crisis. You take a wild guess at which one most people are.
How come you're defending them anyway? What happened to your lectures about the dangers of humanity?
I wiggle my fingers like a ghostly specter, then throw back a couple gulps of coffee.
They were never lectures on the dangers of humanity. They were lectures on complacency. Real ignorance. Particularly in relation to people in power. Like rangers. You say you're sick of cleaning up people's messes. Then teach them how to avoid making them to begin with. Or do you not want to protect and preserve?
A smirk creeps in the corner of her mouth, smug and irritating, but her eyes are narrowed, stern and genuine. God, I hate it when she has a point.
No one should be allowed to be as smarmy as you know that?
Yet here I am.
Yeah, but can you disappear?
You're just upset because I'm onto something.
What you're on is a tangent.
I swipe away the book resting beneath her arms, mostly because I know that if I don't, the verbal thrashings are going to wear down any argument I have, and my ego just can't handle that today.
And what is it even that you're educating yourself with?
I read the title of the sleek paperback cover, dog ears bending from the corners and sides from multiple red throws. Read through. I'm taking another drink, guys. It feels like the pages might fall out if I give it a good enough shake.
The Human Mind, God and Architect by Dr. Angela Merrick.
Thanks for the headphones.
Sounds like some new age trash to me.
Give that back! It's valuable research!
She wrenches it from my hand before I get the chance to comply, then cradles it close to her chest. I don't need a person to untie my tongue. I'm just bad at reading. But it's okay. I get better at reading the more I read. I promise. I raise a very doubtful eyebrow.
Dr. Merrick was a road paver who time just hasn't caught up with yet.
There's a difference between reading on paper and reading out loud, because if you're reading out loud, you can't really skim too far ahead to get context sometimes. That and, sometimes my eyes just genuinely need to take a second look at it, but when you're reading out loud, you can't get the context. So when you have a word like read/read, you don't always know whether it's the past tense or the present tense, right? So those are the things that I fuck up. It's like when I don't have context, or when my eyes travel to the next line down, and I then take a word from the lower line and put it on the top line. Or if I'm reading too fast and I fill in words, I fill in the words because I get the point of what they're saying, right? If my eyebrows had muscles, they would be getting an intense workout.
She argued that the human consciousness, or rather, the collective consciousness of mankind, was powerful enough to create...
She says this like it's common knowledge, and I mean, maybe it is to crazy people.
Create what?
Anything! Things, places, maybe even entire worlds. All without ever even knowing it. All that energy needs to go somewhere, right?
this is like really core. This isn't just Yosemite trying to be smart and just believing anything that she reads on the internet kind of thing. This right here is probably very core to the mechanics of how the magic in the system works. And it goes into what I was saying earlier about the, like, I think that they themselves were born out of, like, Native American beliefs. Like primals. I think that what she's trying to get into our mind here is to think about the fact that they may be, like, themselves formed out of thought and appreciation and reverence for these national parks themselves, or at least for the land of which these national parks occupy. That's what I'm thinking, at least, is the explanation for how these Fae beings came into existence. Because she doesn't know how they came into existence, so she's trying to figure that out. And then there was a part about the Miwok tribe as well, and I think that's all connected. Eve's gonna get tempered. Oh, she already is a little bit tempered. She's gone to appreciation for someone who verbally abuses her. Wait, have I tempered you guys in chat? Shit.
Uh-huh. And what evidence is all this based off? Her own eyewitness accounts and analysis. Even though she was blind.
Oh, honey.
What?
You got suckered.
That condescending.
I did not.
Don't need to abuse you to get you to... Out of context, that's a hell of a line from you. I feel like I need to take a screenshot of that.
So hard. Shut up.
Sure. You've already said more than enough. It all sounds like,
Hogwash?
See? She's got it.
Yellowstone, be quiet. I'm trying to open Eve's puny mind.
I breathe in, ready to take another stab at her. A sharp one. When Yellowstone gets the first word in before me.
Well, actually, I was wondering if I could start rinsing off dishes.
Oh, that's up to you, Marina. You can do whatever you want. Do what you won't. Hold on. You're saying I won't? Alright. I'm gonna put this in a public Discord, too. Alright. Where am I gonna put it? I'm gonna start putting it in here. Alright. There you go. Do it, you won't? Oh, I'll put it in 2 Discords. I'll put that message in 2 Discords. You ready? I'm gonna put it in a second one over here. Let's put it in FF14 content. Boom. There you go. She twiddles her fingers together, shifting her eyes to the ground, away from Yosemite's hawkish stare. I think she may actually be scared of her. Hawkish stare. Hawkish stare. Hawkish stare. Yosemite's hawkish stare. That's hard for me to say. Why is it so hard for me to say that? Yosemite's hawkish stare. I think it's a stare, you know? And that's just because of the difference between which I'm doing from the front of my teeth, and which is in the back of your teeth. So it's like hard to... Oh my god, you're slapping me with the hearts again, Jesus. It's hard to change your tongue position like that. From the SH to an S. Although, you know, if this was another language, they might be the same thing. Who knows?
About time. All right, take them 2 at a time. I don't want to see any of them break. Like someone's scope of thought.
Take 2 of them at a time. Okay.
Why are you so interested in what a quack has to say anyway?
Quack. 2 by 2, Yellowstone takes the mugs by the handles, resting them in a bed of bubbly water flowing in the sink.
Because that quack gave me a theory.
What kind of theory?
I was right.
Involving your research?
Leaning closer, my voice dropping to a hushed whisper. Even though there's no secret to be kept. Even though I really couldn't care much less than I do already. That's not much at all. Oh yes, you could care. You could care less. You care about it, Eve. It's just a small amount, really.
About where you 3 might have come from?
Something to that effect. Let's consider, just for a moment, that if enough people feel strongly about something, then they really do create some kind of, I don't know, physical embodiment of it?
The funny thing is, I don't know if Scion Santeria plays Final Fantasy XIV, but Josh does. But Josh isn't the one that wrote this. I mean, he was the assistant producer, though, right? He was the assistant lead producer, so I guess... But Scion is the scenario writer.
Doubtful, but I'll suspend my disbelief.
So wouldn't it stand to some kind of reason that since strong feelings, and as a result, cultural perceptions, shift with time, the physical results of it would change too?
What are you getting at?
It's more and more 14 by the second. Her face is flushed again. I wonder if this is her first time saying all this out loud. Does she know how ridiculous it all sounds?
What if those physical results are... us?
My spine tingles, the realization that these girls are something different re-emerging for the first time in days. I'm practically with them all the time now, so I've gotten used to it. But the idea that they're not flesh and blood like me, but flesh, blood, stone, feathers, and volcanic rock too. It makes this truths we have seem utterly ridiculous. I'm playing house with 3 fairies, sprites, ghosts. Apologies, ma'am, I wasn't aware it was against protocol to house fairy tale creatures in our posts. But but don't they damn near look like real girls, though?
So, what? You think Zion here is gonna go through park puberty in a couple of years? Maybe sprout up by 2 feet?
Zion blinks, glances back and forth, and points to herself as to confirm, yes, we really are talking about the same Zion. Yosemite scoots back in her chair, eyes wide and distant, like I just plucked at a nerve. But her ears flatten, I can tell the conversation has hit its wall.
Puberty would be more forgiving.
Yellowstone comes back around for the last mug. What she means by that, I think, is that the changes over time that are happening to them are more and more, I guess, destructive to their natural identity in ways. And I mean, you can kind of see that with Yellowstone. Because Yellowstone, probably the perception of Yellowstone as an active volcano is something that has become more prevalent, more talked about, and more feared as time has gone on. Because we're all kind of waiting for the next eruption from Yellowstone, talking about how cataclysmic it might be. That may have come more recently, as well as her language may be shifting in accordance with belief, or with like humanity's spread and infiltration of Yellowstone.
Done with your coffee? It's cool if you aren't, but if you are, then can I nab it? I mean, as long as I'm not rushing you to choke it down, but if it's cool beans, then...
Cool beans.
Go ahead. It's cold now, but you can drink whatever's left in the cup.
Cool beans like it's 2012. Yellowstone bounces nervously, the kind of shaking I get when I go a day without coffee. It's like her personality's flipped on its head. She still has boundless energy, but now it's all neurotic and buzzed up. I hand the cup off to Yellowstone. She brings the mug to her lips, tilting it back.
Stop drinking out of the same cup!
We're all fucking sharing indirect kisses right now, man. If somebody dies across the table, she slams down in front of me, her hand stops just short of the mug. Yellowstone jumps, stirred by the crack of Yosemite flopping on the table. The mug falls and shatters. Pup's ears rise to attention. There's a quick sliver of silence as we stare at the broken pieces of ceramic.
Go get the dustpan, Yellowstone.
All our attention is turned to Yellowstone, her eyes drawn down. Puffs of smoke blot out the air above her, rising from her head like a stack of exhaust. Her fists clench together. I hear them clink. Her arms tense until they shake.
I'll get it later.
A stiff whisper, quiet enough for me to be unsure if I heard it right. Yellowstone zaps out of sight. A gust of wind swirls around us, tossing loose papers from the table. Then there's just empty space. Oh no. Poor Yellowstone. Static crackles over the radio. The familiar chirp of Jesse's voice is bright enough for me to want to draw the curtains on it.
Wakey, wakey! Eggs and potential disciplinary action, Eve!
Oh my god. Your timing is impeccable as always, Jesse. Zion looks up to Yosemite, concern swimming in her eyes.
What's wrong with Yellowstone? She's not acting like herself.
She's fine. Don't be pulled in by the theatrics. She's just being a brat.
You're a bad older sister. Because you know that she's having a sort of emotional break right now, and you're just calling her a brat. Oh, the poor Yellowstone. I mean, she's not a bad older sister, but she's not being supportive right now. Zion looks to me, but the best I can offer is a shrug.
Don't ask me what's normal around here.
I stand up and stride over to the radio, picking up in the middle of one of Jesse's threats passed by good cheer.
This pretty light-up pen on my desk is ready to write you up if you don't answer by the count of 5.
Oh my fucking god. Jesse is the scariest villain in any Studio Elon game.
1 Mississippi.
This is Ranger Adams, and you can't fire me. I already have a letter of resignation. Over.
My shredder is more than ready for it.
Jesus Christ.
What do you want, Jesse? I'm trying to enjoy the peace before throwing myself at the mercy of the general public.
I just thought you might want to hear from your favorite supervisor.
Funny, you had the same thought yesterday, and the day before that.
Just making sure you aren't boarded up in that cabin, hiding your pretty face from the rest of the world.
She hides the next bit under a cough.
And to let you know you're on trash duty today.
Like hell! I'm on patrol this week, not sweeping up cigarette butts.
Don't be such a diva. You're just taking the trash out of bins that are already filled up. Hardly community service.
What happened to the usual guy? Simmons or something?
Dead mother-in-law, he says. 5th one this year by my count.
Tragic.
Jesus Christ. We both sigh. Hers sounds more like the wind coming through the speaker.
Every trash can in the meadows, I'm guessing? There has to be an easier way to do this. Don't the Grand Teton guys have a sensor in all their cans? Something that pops up on their tablets when everything's full.
I hear it rains mana in Grand Teton too. But that doesn't stop our year-round fire season down here, and that eats up most of the budget. Sorry, sweetie, but you'll have to do this the old-fashioned way. Elbow grease and all.
Elbow grease and all.
It's not elbow grease I'm gonna be covered in once I'm finished.
But you will be filled with pride in a job well done. Just remember to lather and rinse with cold water.
I release the con button, make sure my groan doesn't travel through the radio waves to give her another reason to scold me. But her voice drops to pitiable sympathy, almost as if she could hear me anyway.
Do this for me and I'll bring some new snacks the next time we catch up. I have teriyaki jerky! Your favorite!
Yo, I want some jerky. Can I have some jerky? Jesus. Hold on, my tablet stream just went down briefly. I have to make sure that everything's fine. Looks like my bitrate is fine, so it was just on the tablet, I think. Her voice glides along in the melody. Like bribery is a surefire way to my heart. And I mean, yeah, it is, but she could be less obvious about it.
Make it 2 bags, and it's a 10-4.
You've got yourself a deal, Ranger. Have fun! Over and out.
Yep.
I set the mic aside, not bothering to put it back on its hook. With a sigh, I grabbed my travel mug and poured the rest of the coffee from the percolator.
Well, girls, duty calls.
Cleanup duty, from what I heard.
If you find a way to spin this to prove another point, I'm quitting.
Oh no, I'll leave it as is. Just finding some worldly irony in it is all.
I know just the place where you can shove your worldly irony.
God, I love you. I snatched my hat off the rack and opened the door to the bright morning, letting some of the chill in. She really doesn't sound like Serval at all, does she? She really doesn't sound like Lena. Lena and Serval are very similar in terms of their voice, so I imagine it probably... Yeah, like, I think they probably wanted the similar character, but she doesn't sound like either of them in this one. Very different, a lot less, a lot less with, like, the low dips that Serval has. And it's a little bit harsher. Zion calls out as I step onto the porch.
But what about Yellowstone? We can't just ignore her!
She looks to me, then Yosemite, anxious for words of comfort.
Good point. Eve, if you see Yellowstone, make sure to remind her to do laundry.
Alright. I'm gonna save right here. Save on that oof real quick. This one's going, like, pretty well so far. I think it's a bit stranger of a start than Heart of the Woods, I'll have to say. And I'm not exactly sure of the central conflict yet, but I feel like it'll pick up as it goes along, and we'll get a better idea of what the conflict of this one is going to be. Because it's not incredibly clear so far what they're fighting for here, other than Eve just fighting for her ability to live happily, you know, which is probably going to be consistent throughout this this whole story, if I had to guess. But that's stuff that we can think about, though, on the next time. Yeah, it is episodic. That is also true. We're on episode 2 right now. There are 5 episodes. Let me check some of the categories that we normally like to raid into real quick. We blossom. Nobody blossoming today. What about Heart of the Woods? Anyone with their wood out today? Nobody? What about National Park Grills? Anyone with National Park Girls? Okay, what about... I shouldn't expect to see anybody in those categories, but sometimes you do. Every once in a while you do. Let's see, somebody speaks Spanish. I can't raid into a non-English stream, unfortunately, because I won't be able to understand. And as it turns out, understanding people is really helpful when you want to raid. Alright, what about, what other stuff do we like to raid into? I guess I could send you guys to Rinneray, actually. Looks like she's working through the Alliance raids of Endwalker right now. Right meow. And that stuff will be very similar to what you just saw in National Park Girls. So thank you so much for watching today. Tomorrow we finish FF8. Saturday is our big long stream Final Fantasy 14 maps into the Stray Gods DLC. And Sunday week we'll be continuing this, I think. So thank you for watching today, and I will see you guys tomorrow.